We are expecting 7 council members today. Right now, I'm only seeing 2 of us online. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Hall.
Okay. So we'll give it a couple of minutes more at least. I am showing 9:03. And let's get the meeting started. Let's get to our very busy agenda. We can do that now. Please let me know when we're live.
Okay, Chair Hall, we are live.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is Friday, October 7th, 2022. It's a couple of minutes past 9 a.m. And this is the monthly meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council. And if we could start off with a roll call of the council, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. For the record, Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Sandoval have been excused from today's meeting. Councilmember DeFantorum.
Present.
Councilmember Farrell.
Present.
Chair Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Here.
Councilmember Mena. Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Thank you. We do have quorum today.
Wonderful. Now, first off, we have the public comment section of our agenda, and we have a very large number of people signed up. So I am going to have to ask for a hard stop for everyone at the 3-minute mark. And if you're able to make your points in less than 3 minutes, that will certainly be appreciated. I want to respect everybody's right to speak, but I also want to respect the time and the needs of staff who will be presenting a whole variety of issues to the council today, and the council's need for adequate time for deliberation and action on those items. So with that framing in effect, we will go to the public comment list. And also, if anybody's wondering, these names are listed in the order in which the request to speak was received. So right now, let's begin with Neil Whitaker.
Hello, respected members of the council. My name is Neil Whitaker. I'm a 51-year-old home inspector who has lived next to the Litech property, the studios at Milepost 5, for 7 years. I'm speaking again on the ongoing conditions at this property. Guardian has stated in a letter to OHCS on August 2nd of this year, quote, "To date, some of the biggest challenges have been the neighbors." This letter goes on to paint our reporting of specific crimes on the studio's property as if it's some kind of burden on Guardian or like a threat for them to be made aware of health and safety risks on their own property. And these risks to tenants are well documented at this point. We've basically been reporting on very specific criminal activities of specific known individuals on the studio's property. And in more than one instance, these individuals have been proven to be ineligible tenants due to their criminal background. So neighbors are not confused at all and conflating other crime in the general area with this situation. There are specific visible incidents that take place directly on studio's property by tenants and criminal associates. So I mean, just as an example, we discovered that ineligible tenant with the sodomy 1 conviction and reported that violation and were ignored for several months by Guardian. And they claim to have not known who that was. Unclear how the background check was botched. I mentioned that, I think, last month. And are now claiming that being given this information is some kind of threat or intimidation to them. So, and there's another documented ineligible tenant neighbors had reported extensively on his violent escalations and threats, and he sort of self-evicted in an attack on tenants in neighboring units and had a long standoff with police. So he had 5 open felony and misdemeanor cases and a conviction for theft at the time he was rented to in 2021, which violates Guardian's very own tenant selection plan, but he was moved in anyway. So I mean, most importantly, none of your low-income tenants in this building agreed to live next to this type of criminal. And we have repeatedly handed Guardian actionable information and have been ignored. And the result has been violence and in some cases damage to the building. And all of this could have been easily prevented. This pattern of incompetence and neglect continues to today, where we are being subjected to a criminal with an ankle monitor who lives in the northwest corner of the studios and is what appears to be operating a fentanyl distribution window out of the northwest corner of the building. And it is unclear if the 75-year-old man who actually rents this unit is even living there any longer. And this is the situation that is very likely to devolve into violence once again on the property. I might also add that the front door to the studio still doesn't lock. I guess my question is, who is going to be held liable if someone is harmed by an ineligible tenant? And we would demand that OHCS conduct a transparent audit of all criminal background checks at the studios since CDP purchased the building. Thank you. I see anytime.
Adam Briggs is next on the list. Is Adam Briggs online?
I am not showing Adam is online at this time.
How about Corey Elia?
Holy shit. Come on, Corey.
Corey Elia?
I do
Yeah.
not have a Corey at this time.
Okay, we'll do a check as we go through. Janine Snow?
Go ahead, Janine. She is online.
All right, you may begin anytime you're ready, Janine. Janine Snow, are you on the line? We can't hear you if you are. Okay, we will move to Jimmy Jones then.
Good morning, Chair Hall. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council. My name is Jimmy Jones. I am the Executive Director of the Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency here in Salem. And I'm here this morning in support of Sequoia Crossings, which is a 60-unit permanent supportive housing complex that will be constructed here in Salem and owned by the Salem Housing Authority, which is referenced, I believe, as an approval item on page 12 of your packet. And in full transparency, our agency will operate the homeless services at this facility once it's constructed in partnership with the Salem Housing Authority. So Salem has a homeless population that rivals that of Eugene, and in many ways has the same high needs characteristics as the homeless situation in Portland. Yet our services here are historically underfunded. We're not rural, so we never really benefit from any rural prioritization. But we're also not fully urban and as high a priority in many cases as some of the needs in the metro. We have very little in the way of local investment compared to Eugene, and certainly compared to the massive resources that are available in Portland. For example, as recently as 5 years ago, we had in Marion and Polk counties 22, just 22 permanent supportive housing beds, while Lane County had about 800. We've made a lot of progress in recent years in closing that gap, but our needs here are still quite high. About 30 of our homeless residents in Marion and Polk have died since the beginning of the year, and statewide, since the Oregon Health Authority is now tracking homeless deaths in Oregon, about 315 people have died unhoused deaths so far in 2022. We know that's an undercount, but it's still an important baseline to start the conversation around the impact of unsheltered homelessness on the lives of folks in Oregon. About half of those deaths, about half of those 315 deaths have been in the Tri-Counties, but the other half have been spread across the state. Among the homeless, Black Oregonians are 2 times as likely to die as whites, according to this early evidence. Native Americans are about 4 times as likely to die. And of those 315, 215 have died between the ages of 35 and 64, and another 37 have died under the age of 34. And about 1/3 have died from injury or violence. So I urge your support of this project. In truth, we need about 10 more Sequoias in our community, but I'm here this morning just to ask for this one. It will help bring dignity and justice to about 60 homeless residents of our community, giving them a safe and healthy place to live. So we urge your support. Thank you, Chair Hall.
Thanks very much. Next on the list, Richard Solon Jr. I apologize for mangling your name. Are you there, Richard?
I am not seeing a Richard online at this time.
Okay, we'll move to Bradford Long then. Do we have Bradford Long on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just fine. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you for having me this morning, Council. So I'm the Director of Asset Management for Community Development Partners. I oversee Milepost 5 along with about 25 other buildings. I guess I'll address a couple of Neil's comments and then kind of go into a couple of my other updates. So regarding the ineligible tenant, yeah, this is something that was brought up by Neil and the neighbors a while ago. I believe we have already communicated with OHCS as well as with the neighbors that the person was, we did evict this person months ago, so that person is no longer living there. So I think that issue has been resolved. With regards to the person that he's talking about that has the ankle monitor, that is news. We do have an email address that has been sent to all the neighbors and anyone concerning Milepost 5, all the community and stakeholders. So we get a lot of communication from a lot of the community members, and all that is filtered into our email bank. So we review that communication on a weekly basis. And I did see that note about this person in particular, and I believe one of the units that maybe is in that corner that Neil's talking about that has suspected drug dealing. We have a meeting on site early next week with our management company and our security services to figure out a way to curb this and get to the bottom of it. So it's something that we're aware of, and we do appreciate the communication we get from the community members for stuff like this. It's not always easy to get every single piece of information that goes on at the building. So thank you. And then I think there were some concerns last month on the call regarding some potential asbestos in the building. So I reviewed our environmental reports from 2018 and 2019 when we first acquired the community and just before the renovations. Yeah, and Milepost 5, along with many other buildings, that are older, do have asbestos material in them. But when these materials are wrapped up, whether they're under flooring or in sealants or behind pipes, they're considered non-friable. When it's non-friable, then it's not being, it's not particles that are being released into the air, and thus and thus is deemed to be safe. And yes, my Outpost 5 has asbestos containing material in it. I'm guessing that these reports are probably sent to OHCF back in, a couple years ago when we first did our renovations. We also have an O&M plan in place as well. The area in concern, I believe from the last call, was in the attic. The attic is not accessible to residents or anybody else.
Mr. Long, we're at 3 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. We have to move along. And next we have on the list, Bonnie Robbins.
I do not find Bonnie on the list at this time.
How about Tom Vincent?
I do not have Tom online at this time.
Okay, Emily Newton.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, the floor is yours. Begin when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Newton. Thanks for letting me have some time to speak. I am a resident of 81st Avenue, a neighbor that lives directly across from the building Milepost 5 Studios. And I'm here today because there has just been ongoing relentless issues with this particular building that have been discussed and communicated with CDP and Guardian over and over again. And I am just at the level, I'm so frustrated and angry at this mismanagement of this building and the organized crime we're seeing, the drug dealing, the drug use, the violence on our street. I have been victim of that, those particular behaviors. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen a massive uptick of organized crime on our street again that is directly related to the building. There is a window directly across from my kitchen. So I have a front row seat that is being used for drug dealing, drug use, people accessing the building that shouldn't be accessing the building. I know this because the unit was being rented by a man that we know, that we've known for a couple of years, and he's disappeared. And now there are people coming in and out of the building at all hours. There are cars driving up. There are deals being done. I see drug dealing at 8 o'clock in the morning. So there's a lot going on in our street, and I'm directly affected by it, as are the other neighbors. And when I have reached out to CDP and Guardian, I hear nothing. I have to call the police. I have spoken to the security that has been stationed over there, which I see periodically, and their response is, we can't do anything. The best advice we can give you is to install a security system and buy a shotgun. So that's the response that I'm getting from the security that is stationed at Milepost 5 Studios. So as Neil has spoken to you all before, there is a long history of communication, of us saying, this is what's happening in your building. What are you doing about it? And we hear nothing back, and it's left up to us. And so I know I'm rambling now, but I'm just trying to appeal to folks who can actually do something about this and be holding.
Unfortunately, we are at our 3-minute time limit.
Sorry about that. Thank
thanks
you.
for your input.
listening. Yeah.
Kaylee Tibbetts.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. The floor is yours. Begin anytime you're ready.
Thank you. I have lived at Milepost 5 Apartments since August of 2020. In that time, I noticed pretty early on that there was a poorly maintained exterior fan on the southwest corner of the building. I have post-concussion syndrome, and I'm sensitive to oscillating noises along with other noises. So it made me fall over and over in my apartment for over a year. I brought this up to management repeatedly. They did nothing about it. I fell over and over and over in my apartments, leading to permanent increase in my pain from various work injuries that I've had. It just kept re-injuring it. And I finally stopped paying rent for a while until they would do something about it. And they refused to admit that there was anything wrong with it, even though I have videos of myself falling over and videos of myself reacting to it and videos recording the sound of it. And they just pretend that it never happened and it wasn't a problem and that they weren't destroying me. And the building has never been secure in the time I've lived here. The door closure armatures are vandalized constantly, so that the doors that would secure the building do not close. I suggested that they install a security camera to observe this, so they could see who was doing this and evict them. They never installed a camera. I put a ring system in my own apartment, expecting with all the security failures here that they would compensate me for the cost of that on my rent. They did not. I don't think they're legally required to, but it would have been really good customer service for a poor person living in a slum. And this is a slum and it's run like a slum. And that makes me angry. There's garbage in the hallways. There's garbage on the property. There's garbage piles behind the Southwest Garden fence. Basic maintenance is ignored. So garbage area latch was loose for months, just needed another screw. They didn't put it in. The lining's been ripped out of the elevator. The graffiti around here goes mostly unpainted. My car was stolen from my paid parking space here. I recovered it, but the thieves ran it very hard. They took it mudding, so the car failed almost immediately after I got it back, which cost me income. And the falls that I mentioned at the start of my testimony also cost me income because they got in the way of my doing what I do, which is I'm an actual artist who thought I'd be doing art here. But it's hard to get that done when you're falling all the time and there's security issues that are increasing your anxiety. What we need is what I want to sum this up with. And we just need management here to be held accountable to do the very basic things that they're legally required to do. I'm paying for a secure building and I've never gotten one. I'm paying ostensibly for a clean building, never gotten one. So that's my testimony.
Thank you.
You're
Is
welcome.
Lois Keck on the line?
I do not have Lois online.
How about Jillian Felton?
I am here.
Okay, the floor is yours. Begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Hall. A letter was sent to this council and I would just like to read it into the record at this time. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. My name is Jillian Siraj Felton. I am the Housing Director at Community Partners for Affordable Housing. On behalf of the board and staff of Community Partners for Affordable Housing, I wish to share some concerns about the recent funding decision for the 9% LIHTC allocation. In particular, our concern is focused on the utilization and implementation of location-based criteria and our project Woodland Hearth. When we completed the application and followed the instructions in the NOFA for the environmental justice section, excuse me, we had a total point deduction of 0. When we received our scoring back from OHCS, we had a point deduction of -3. That is, we lost 3 points off our total score. During the debrief and in follow-up emails, we were informed that OHCS had always intended to use this other data set, pollution and sources, not environmental justice, but the instructions in the application were wrong. So after applications were submitted, the other data set was applied, and this changed the criteria after we submitted our application. Additionally, it knocked us out of either first or second place and made it so that we were not funded. Had the change not occurred and remained consistent with the time of application, the project would have scored a 68.5 instead of a 65.5, and this would have been in line with the highest scoring application. The lack of transparency around the scoring, as well as the absence of communication about the change, was a real disadvantage, which impacted this application because of its location, not because it wasn't a good application, which by all other criteria fit the state housing goals and scored exceptionally well. In general, we also believe that these location criteria should be examined for bias against suburban areas, specifically those criteria around vulnerable gentrification area. The criteria to get points did not capture the extreme vulnerability to gentrification in this area, including the recent loss of affordability of Woodspring Apartments and the upcoming loss of affordability for Hawthorne Villa, which is located next door to the proposed Woodland Hearth development. And there's many cases of documented gentrification along the Southwest corridor where this property is also located. We understand the value of looking at funding for the metro region as a whole, but we do think that this criteria may create an uneven playing field. We appreciate you and your team and the great work at OHCS and the Housing Stability Council, but in this instance, we do have some concerns. Thank you very much for your time today, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have about this issue.
Thank you very much. Okay, that works our way through the list of folks who had signed up for public comment. And Chaola, if we can open the floor, if there is anybody on the Zoom call who, okay, I see Brianne Whitaker has raised their hand.
Hello, Chair. My husband could please mute his computer. Thank you so much, Neil. I am sure that we are all at this point tired of talking about the studios at Milepost 5. The tenants and neighbors are certainly tired of all the talk and inaction. For every instance someone from CDP, Guardian, or OHCS insists that everything is being handled appropriately, another unlivable condition pops up for the tenants, without other conditions being adequately addressed. Currently, the door on Northeast 82nd Avenue is still unlockable for anyone to stroll in. I don't know why they would want to. The conditions inside are deplorable, disgusting, and horrifying. We have a private Vimeo link to share to any interested party from this board who would like to reach out for more information. But if you don't feel like reaching out, you can also get an idea from the way Guardian is managing the building under CDP's guidance by watching the BBC program Call the Midwife, and watch any episode about people living in squalor in the old tenement buildings in England in the 1950s. I recently saw an episode where a man was so far gone from drinking methylated spirits that his foot came off in a nurse's hand. The scene felt familiar, though that man had a team of nurses and nuns coming to his aid in the final hours. If only Milepost 5 had any social services in place for the poor souls that are dumped there, instead of providing proper transitional housing to them. All the while, CDP has requested and OHC has rightfully denied a rent increase on units that already exceed a price per square foot reasonable for their location and building condition. Guardian has meantime taken an aggressive approach with tenants and neighbors who try to engage in any type of communication, including attempts to hand off mail of a personal nature addressed to a studios tenant that had been strewn about our courtyard. The interior and exterior of MP5 now feels like we're at a combination transitional housing project with no social services and an outright slum. Even the asbestos in the attic with an unlocked door known to neighbors and tenants as a place where people go to hang out has not been secure, despite Mr. Long's assessment. CDP and Guardian paint a picture in their communication with OCHS and the public of a plucky crew of folks trying the best they can against a malicious tenancy and neighborhood. But as far as we can see, they possess only deadly apathy toward the property, their tenants, and the neighborhood in which they chose to purchase a property that was not even on the market at the time. Either CDP doesn't do their homework and got completely overwhelmed as a result of a lack of preparation, or they don't care to do what's right in a meaningful method or timeline. As a neighbor experiencing the squalor of this property, it feels as though organized white-collar criminals are empowering organized street-level criminals and calling concerned neighbors bullies for sharing alarming issues. At this point in this endless conversation, it's time to assess whether CDP and Guardian intend to act in the best interest of the people most impacted by their decisions, or only in the interest of their stakeholders. If the latter, or if CDP and Guardian are incompetent in this regard, it's time to reassess whether OHCS should even be in bed with these two organizations, if you at all purport to care about Oregonians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else with their hand raised right now?
Yeah, Amber Cook.
Okay, Amber Cook, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Executive Director Bell, Chair Hall, and members of the council. 6 months ago, our OHCS liaison directed both the owners and property management company to begin working with a tenant advisory body due to the outrageous living conditions at Milepost 5. Both completely ignored that directive and neither have ever mentioned it to us. So we took a vote amongst the residents and on September 22nd, formed a tenant council. Our mission statement is simply to hold our landlord and management accountable to the laws, to tenant rights and building habitability. This is a fight we've had to take on since CDP was allowed to purchase the property 4 years ago, and we need OHCS to finally begin to enforce compliance and not stop until a 95-unit low-income LIHTC housing site is restored to a livable and affordable state. Last month, I sent videos of the 3 unsecured exterior doors. In the month since, the only exterior door that was replaced was a completely different, perfectly functioning exterior door, now replaced with a dangerous door with no window on it in the new high-traffic drug corner of the building, which functions way worse than the old door and is much easier to leave propped open. The owners say it takes months for these sort of repairs to be done. If your front door is broken and wouldn't lock, how soon would you have it fixed? 2 of these doors have been broken unsecured for over a year now, and 1 has been broken for unsecured for over 2 years. This is not labor delays in supply chains. It is not fulfilling the most basic landlord obligations of essential services in ORS 90.100. We, the Milepost 5 Tenant Council, representing the residents of Milepost 5, the studios, know that we are not only due a rent reduction each. For every month we've lived with even 1 unsecured and unlockable exterior door, as landlords are not allowed to charge rent for a dwelling without lockable entrances, but that the rent raises recently granted should be rescinded until the place is habitable and up to code. It's not acceptable and can't be legal for OHCS to allow rent raises, let alone rent raises above the legal max, to be placed on struggling low-income tenants living in a crime-ridden slum, as documented by the residents and neighbors and shared with OHCS for the last 1.5 years. The Milepost 5 Tenant Council at this point must demand a meeting with the OHCS LIHTC Compliance Department to address these very damaging and illegal living conditions. To set up this meeting in 2 weeks. We'll send the tenant council email address tomorrow, along with fresh videos of the broken entrances. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else with their hand raised right now?
If you would like to make public comment and you have not signed up, please use the hand raise function. If you are on the phone, you can use the *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute yourself.
Okay, last call for public comment. Right? We'll move on then. Thank you all for your input. And our next agenda item is the report of the chair. At last month's council meeting, I shared that we surpassed our permanent supportive housing goal in the 2019 housing plan by investing in over 1,200 new homes. Today, OHCS has reached another milestone. We've surpassed our rural housing state plan goal more than a year ahead of schedule. You know, when the plan was adopted, OHCS committed to increasing the overall supply of housing, increasing state-funded housing in rural areas by 75%. Well, as of August of this year, we've funded 3,324 affordable units in rural areas. That's a full year ahead of schedule. As someone who lives and works in a rural area, I'm seeing the positive impacts firsthand. 2 years ago, Surfview Village opened in Newport with 104 units. And the community impacts were immediately. Our school district homeless coordinator told me there was a noticeable drop in homelessness among Newport students. Pretty soon, the momentum will continue here in Lincoln County with groundbreaking on the 107-unit 25th Street apartments in Lincoln City. This agency, along with partners, made this happen during a time in which everything felt impossible. It's also a manifestation of our shared values that everyone deserves safe, stable, and affordable housing, and that this is truly a collective effort. OHCS needs to continue being bold in pursuing comprehensive racial justice housing solutions at the scale of the issue. We need more affordable housing in all shapes and sizes all across the state. And we need to continue investing in capacity building efforts of our rural and BIPOC-led organizations. You know, these and the other goals in the state housing plan were not easy ones. They were not low-hanging fruit. They challenged us all to be bold and aggressive in tackling these unmet needs. I want to salute our elected leaders for their vision, the hard work of OHCS staff, and the guidance and support of the council in making this happen. And now I'd like to ask if any council members would like to offer reflections on this great news. Well, I've got one other note then in my, chair's report, and then we'll move on to the director's report. Director Bell, Councilmember Farrell, and I are continuing to work on planning of the agency of the council fall retreat, probably happening in November. If anybody else is interested in participating, having input, don't hesitate to contact us. I see Councilmember Bell has her hand raised. Go ahead, please. You're still muted.
Sorry, not Councilmember Bell, but
I'm sorry, Councilmember Farrell. Yeah.
yeah, I just was really pleased to get the communication with those milestones on permanent supportive housing and creating affordable housing in the rural communities. It was so clear, and it really helped me be able to speak to it in sort of a public setting that I was in, and just to have that like timely, incredible information, like that's very exciting. And I still meet people all the time who haven't heard those things, you know, because they're not necessarily in our day-to-day work. And so I just want to appreciate the excellent communication from Director Bell and just sharing that great news with us.
Great. Any other council members want to weigh in on this? Councilmember Higginbotham.
Hi,
Or-
yes, I just want to, offer my appreciation for Oregon Housing. We in Malheur County have received funding and support for 2 housing opportunities that we otherwise wouldn't have had. We've got a 70-unit townhome project that is awesome, a 58-unit permanent supportive housing unit that is also awesome. It is really going to help the homeless in our community and the folks that need step-up housing. And I am just thrilled with those projects, and we have others in the pipeline. And it's just important to know that really awesome things are happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else on the council right now? I'm seeing, is there another raised hand? Okay, then I think this will be the time when I'll wrap up the chair's report, and let's move to the director's report.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, Chair Hall, members of the council. It certainly is good to be in virtual community with you again. These monthly meetings roll around quite quickly, and so it's always good to be together. I will actually make my time very, very brief, and I will yield most of it to our deputy director to go through some really important updates, although I would not be myself if I did not make a couple of very quick statements, which is I want to first acknowledge and fully appreciate all of the public comment that we received today. I think recognizing that from my perspective as the executive director of this agency, as a state agency, as a government agency, we exist to serve the people, all people. And so anytime that we can hear from the people that we serve, whether that is both in celebration and in constructive feedback and criticism on what people are experiencing, that is of value to us because we are in collective partnership. And so I want to just acknowledge and appreciate that. And you taking your time to come here in front of a bunch of strangers to vocalize your perspective means so much to me as the director of this agency and does not go unnoticed. More specifically, I want to just also acknowledge that we had committed to making sure that we can continue to make appropriate time when we have updates to share to the council and to members of the public around the conversations, the work that we have been engaged in regarding Milepost 5. I want to acknowledge just two pieces. We did extend an offer to some of our community members that we've heard from that have taken time to express their care and concern to have a conversation so that we can make sure that we can have more time beyond the rush 2 to 3 minutes to really hear from each other. And so that opportunity exists. And I think I also heard of another opportunity to meet with the tenant council of Milepost 5, and we will absolutely meet with them. And so both thank you for having us, and just know that we are committed and eager to have that conversation, and know that your experience, all of the perspectives that were shared today weigh heavy on us. And so I want to just make sure that is known. And then really quickly, secondly, I just want to acknowledge both the work of all of our partners across the state, certainly the folks across this agency that have worked to really move the dial in terms of increasing access and supply of affordable housing. I think Chair Hall said it, but it's worth repeating that we were able to make these milestones, not we as the state agency alone, collectively. It was a galvanization of all of our partners across the state, that in an environment of the last couple of years when we really, with all of the challenges that all of us faced, shouldn't have been able to make that much progress, and we still have been able to do that. And so both in this moment, out of both the commitment that we have to the people that we serve, to all of our partners, my hope is that we can continue to galvanize in that effort, because the stakes are as high as they have ever been for anybody that has ever struggled to get by, that has ever struggled to pay their rent or not know if you can pay your rent. That is an untenable stress to live with every single day. And as somebody that has been there, I know what that is like. And so we see you and know that we will continue to work relentlessly. We will continue to work hard, and would continue to grow as an agency in pursuit of that goal. And so that is what drives us and keeps us all energized here at the agency. So with that, I'll yield over to our Deputy Director, Caleb Yant. And just as a kind of means to set this up, I think certainly our council is known, but certainly members of the public, just to give a little context here in case it's helpful, the agency has grown in so many ways, both in terms of people resources, fiscal resources, but also the diversity of our work has evolved over the last couple of years. And so as a means of just transparency in that growth, we want to make sure we're doing our part to bring some of that additional texture of how the agency is growing to this council, so that there is greater insight into how we're growing the agency and how the agency is growing. One of the things that we had talked a lot about is making sure that the operations of this agency match our aspirations, which are really great. Values are great, goals are great, but we have to be able to facilitate those into a specific course of action, which means making sure that we are running optimally and effectively. So with that, Director Yant, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Bell, Chair Hall, council members. For the record, my name is Caleb Yant. I use he, his, him pronouns. I am the Deputy Director of the agency, and it's good to be with you in virtual community this morning. I will be relatively brief in the updates that I have, and certainly appreciate Executive Director Bell's kind of teeing up of this conversation. Conversation around, it was a brief memo in the packet on page 4, kind of modernizing the Housing Stability Council, the structures and the operations by which we engage with you all as the Housing Stability Council as a whole, and as individual Housing Stability Council members. The goal of my update here is really to provide a little background and context to make sure we're all on the same page, and also outline what we're trying to achieve, why we're trying to achieve that, and then kind of chart the course for a process by which the kind of the how on which we'll be undertaking this. My ask for you as Housing Stability Council members, I don't have a formal presentation, I won't be doing a PowerPoint, but whether it's in feedback today after I'm done, in future group or individual conversation, is to think about what we need as a council to allow OHCS to achieve its mission of safe, stable, and affordable housing centered on racial equity, and what we need to ensure that the needs to best meet that mission are represented in the process that I'm going to be outlining here. So that's kind of my request to you. And I say that because as the person that is going to be leading this process to kind of modernize our structures, the way we do work with you as a council, I want to be accountable to that. I want to be accountable to the needs that you see that we need to do to best achieve the mission of OHCS. So I'll briefly get into context and then outline kind of some next steps. As I think most council members know, and Executive Director Bell mentioned briefly, starting about a year ago, Housing Stability Council members, the leadership team at OHCS, really kind of started to have renewed conversations around how the council operates. And it was centered around a mutual desire to make sure we're able to have meaningful engagement, to get meaningful advice, and a thirst from both OHCS staff who is bringing material to the council and individual council members, and those perspectives that recognized some challenges in providing that advice. To Executive Director Bell's point, the diversity in the programs that we have, not just the number of dollars, but the scope of the different programs we are running is challenging, and it's unrealistic for individual housing stability councils to necessarily go deep on all topics, and not that council members have to, but sometimes we as staff or you as council members want to. So one of the challenges is, how do we provide a place to be able to go deep there? And also, frankly, logistics, right? The meetings are longer, the packet is denser and longer. It's 100+ page packets. And by the way, we're still meeting remotely. So that's kind of when we initially started to have these conversations where we're recognizing some of those challenges. And then more recently, as council members, the conversation has been also around what is the authority of Housing Stability Council as it relates to OHCS. We know that the Housing Stability Council is an advisory board as opposed to kind of the more traditional governing board. But what does that really mean? What accountability do individual council members assume for the decisions made by OHCS? What do all of the different authoritative documents, whether that be in state statute, in Oregon administrative rule, in Housing Stability Council bylaws, and OHCS policy, what do all of those authoritative documents say about what must come to council, what should come to council as an advice, and then whether it is advice or a vote? And really with the lens of, do those authoritative documents of what council must do and what council should do and what they approve and advise on, do those really meet today's needs of what is being asked of our agency of OHCS? So that's just a bit of context of kind of where we've been at in that conversation, and it brings us to this moment and frames what we're trying to achieve, which is really a modernization of the Housing Stability Council administrative structures to allow that meaningful engagement that's deep when it needs to be. And it makes sense for Housing Stability Councils, just from a logistical and otherwise perspective, who, as we know, you all have full-time jobs outside of this role. And then finally, that it does in fact provide the appropriate oversight to our agency, to us as staff and leaders at OHCS. So that is kind of where we've been, what we're trying to achieve. I'll quickly touch on how we intend to engage in this conversation in a kind of a methodical way. So right now, our Department of Justice, who is our lawyers, are working on a comprehensive list. And I think council members are aware that this is being worked on, a comprehensive list of authorities that I mentioned before, statute, rule, and otherwise, that then we as leadership and staff will validate and help to put into a digestible and an organized format for everybody to be able to have visibility on. So what are the authorities? Then we intend to create a temporary, but a Housing Stability Council subcommittee focused on this work, focused on modernization to dive into that conversation. And the one thing that I want to note, and Director Bell mentioned this too, is I have not been leading this conversation. I am inserting myself into this conversation in this moment in time as a deputy director of our agency that is focused on operations. Because I think this is exactly where I should be working to add value to our organization and to you as council members, is to make sure that the operations that we have with you all are meeting the aspirations that we have as an agency. So finally, just kind of what's next. We're going to get that comprehensive list. We're going to share it out. We'll create this temporary subcommittee. And then we'll take time as that subcommittee to get really familiar with that information, to make sure we understand what it's all saying, and then do an analysis to understand, is it meeting our needs or is it not? And what changes do we need to propose? And those changes might be administrative that we can do. Those changes might be in the structure by which we engage in conversations, whether it's the whole council, whether there's subcommittees, topic specific subcommittees, it will look at that. And it will also look at the statutory authority. Is the authority that we have in state statute correct? Does it provide the correct level of oversight for our agency in meeting our mission? So the subcommittee will dive into that. The subcommittee members will report back to the full Housing Stability Council on progress of those conversation to ensure there is that collective understanding, and frankly also a public dialogue and public accountability around this conversation. So the goal of that is to use that committee to dive into, understand, and to make changes, and then use that committee to come back and kind of air that out in the full conversation, and then implement those needed changes that come out of that. Again, whether that be through the legislative process as far as the statutory authority, or things that are more directly within our control as staff and leaders in the organization. So that's a quick kind of update on where we're at, where we're going. I will yield the rest of my time. Certainly happy to answer any questions. Again, I want to make sure as we go into this that you all understand kind of the process by which we go into, and that there's the right place for your voice to be able to inform that and make sure that it's meeting the intent.
Thank you, Caleb. Do we have any questions from, Councilmember Mena? You're still.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Appreciate the time, and just a couple things. One is I do want to commend Director Bell and her staff, first of all, on the amount of work that they have accomplished over the last few years. It is amazing. It's not easy work, and it's not, many times we don't see the reward, and we mostly see the challenges. And we have to think about the reason why we're here, and the reason why we do the work that we do is to help those most in need. Understanding that when we create a community, it's a never-changing community, and that we need to continue to work and live and help our community through all those challenges. I completely hear and understand the MilePost 5 issues, and really hope that we get that taken care of, under control. And the work that has been done, and the work of the council, and what Assistant Director just mentioned is, it's important that we understand what our requirements, where do we come as an advice, and what our role is. And so greatly appreciate that taking the time and being able to do that, and working with the leadership in have a better understanding on that, and all of that to say that thank you for doing what you're doing, and we'll continue to support and help as much as we can.
I caught the end of that. Councilmember Mena, my computer crashed for a second, but I will loop back, and I think I caught the intent there. So looking forward to the work.
Any council members with feedback for Caleb at this point? All right, we'll say thank you very much then, and move on to the next agenda item, which is a presentation from our legislative planning team, looking at big business ahead, the 23-25 agency request budget. And Assistant Director of Governmental Relations, Nicole Sting. You're up.
Thank you, Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, members of the Housing Stability Council. For the record, my name is Nicole Sting. I use she, her pronouns. As Chair Hall mentioned, I'm your Assistant Director of Government Relations here at OHCS. We're coming to you today with some exciting updates related to the agency request budget. For the sake of time, likely will not get into the level of detail that you all are interested in today, and do want to keep you on track even though we are a bit ahead of schedule. I know you have some very exciting and important decisions coming up later in the agenda. So I'll go ahead and dive in, but before beginning, just want to provide some context for how the council has engaged with the agency request budget and what the council's role is. Obviously, the conversation you just had might impact the council's role in future biennia. Looking at this budget build, the council's role in advising the agency is just that. According to state statute, the Oregon Housing Stability Council will advise Housing and Community Services Department in the submission of the agency request budget to the Department of Administrative Services. We have been before you a number of times, and I know we have some newer members to this process, but we began working with the council in April. If you remember, we had a bit of an introductory video. We gave a survey to allow the council to respond to some initial ideas, and then we had an in-person council retreat in April. We then were before you again to provide updates to the council in July on some of the feedback we heard from our community after vetting some of our initial concepts and ideas with stakeholders. Today, we're talking to you mostly about what became the agency's final legislative agenda, and how we've incorporated feedback from stakeholders. And I'll go ahead and share my screen fully. And just want to, before I continue further, can everyone see my screen? Forgot to do that check in the beginning. It's always an important check to do. And to just take a quick step back, the state budget process is a long one. We as state agencies begin planning for our agency request budget long before we submit that budget to DAS. We began a number of months ago internally developing ideas, working with you all, with stakeholders, and working towards a submittal date of August 31st. Now that document we submitted is 1,330 pages. There we go. Numbers are hard to say out loud. But it was a very large document that we submitted, and there's additional information in your memo, links to other memos that explain the full agency request budget, as well as links to survey summaries and a document summarizing how we incorporated feedback. So we'll get through some of that today, but wanted to make sure we had that broad context. As the agency submits our request budget, it goes to the Department of Administrative Services. And the Department of Administrative Services has budget analysts that use their expertise to poke holes, question, and analyze each part of OHCS's recommended budget. They ask thoughtful questions, they consider asks coming in from other agencies, and they provide their recommendations to the next governor. And really that's what you see in the blue here. The governor's recommended budget is really OHCS's quote unquote marching orders as we head into the legislative session. That will detail the 2023 legislative agenda for the agency. And that budget is typically released in December. Because we have a gubernatorial change, we'll see that budget come out before February 1st. We're hoping to see it before the start of the legislative session, but that is not quite a guarantee. Ultimately, though, the legislature holds the purse strings. Throughout the 2023 legislative session, policymakers will consider asks from state agencies, from advocates, and from other community partners, and they'll balance both the resources in hand with the needs across the state enterprise. So looking, of course, at needs across the state enterprise, housing is the #1 issue on community members' minds. But we also know educational needs, healthcare needs, other public systems have great needs. And then I want to call your attention to that box at your top right there. The state has limited resources. We are looking at quarterly economic and revenue forecasts to determine how much state resource can be allocated in a given biennia. And again, that resource is balanced against many other needs. So I just wanted to provide that brief context before we talk about what OHCS did to develop our budget and how we led with our values in terms of what ended up in the final agency request budget. With that, I will turn things over to Ms. Bunch to walk through those guiding principles and some of the agency-wide concepts.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, Council, Chair Hall, Director Bell, Council members. It's really great to be with you today. Just for the record, my name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I am our agency's Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Officer, and it's really great to see you all again today. As Nicole mentioned, I just want to continue a little bit with a little bit more context setting ahead of diving into the full agenda. I want to just kind of start with our guiding principles around our legislative agenda. And so, I think one thing I think it's really important to note here is that this is really our final budget build using our current statewide housing plan, which is kind of wild to say for someone that was a part of that statewide housing plan build very early on. And so I think it's important for you all to know what our guiding principles really were as we begin to put this agenda together that ultimately led us to an exciting package that we submitted, as Nicole talked about. So when we talk a little bit about these principles, and I think as we move through the course of the agenda, you'll begin to hear some key terms that will be repeated over and over, which really are a part of our guiding principles. You'll hear terms like sustainability, resiliency, systems thinking, and upstream thinking. And those were all very, very important pieces as we put this agenda together. You'll also see and hear the word accountability show up. I think we as an agency, particularly as a housing institution, we know that we have been responsible for and accountable for our role in perpetuating housing disparities in the state in particular. And as an agency, we're really continuing to work to address those disparities, especially among Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and our tribal communities in the state. Next slide. Awesome, thanks, Nicole. So I wanted to spend just a little bit of time on engagement objectives. Engagement is really important, has been really important for us as we build out this agenda. And we've been able to engage with partners and community members around the state in various ways. And I want to talk just a little bit really briefly about some of the objectives that really guided our work around engagement. And so, I think for us, it's been really important to pursue more than just, tell us what you think. That's really, really important, but it's also important for us to pursue more opportunities to consult and really find ways to gather feedback and ideas for improving the asks that we're making. It's also really been important for us to use our engagement as a foundation for ongoing relationship building in a way that minimizes just these short-term transactional dynamics that often times crop up, but really gives us the ability to foster trust and build relationship and create an avenue for long-term ongoing relationship building. We really wanted to focus on being transparent. So being clear about what are the resources we're asking for, why are we asking for them, What are we thinking in terms of planning? How are we making decisions? How are we utilizing the feedback that we're gathering from our partners and from community members to actually inform decision-making? And in those places where we may not be able to utilize all feedback, being very clear about what that feedback is and why, and what our plans are if we are not able to use specific pieces of feedback. I think it's also been really important for us to understand where are the places and the areas of the highest opportunity to push program design to be more upstream and systems and systemic in our thinking. And again, I mentioned just kind of moving away from that short-term transactional nature that we oftentimes get ourselves into. Next slide. So I want to just quickly talk about, so what did the stakeholder engagement actually look like as we built out this budget? It was incredibly diverse and really exciting and really, I think, stretched us in many ways. So certainly we had some of the more typical ways that we tend to communicate and to engage, including informational memos about our agenda that were posted on our government relations website, on our overall website. We had an opportunity for our program directors and program staff to lead specific program area webinars to get some opportunities to really dive in more deeply. In those webinars, questions that were posed were answered and posted on the website. Again, kind of signaling back to we want to be really transparent about how we're making decisions, how we're engaging with folks. We had the opportunity to share out a survey and gather feedback from a wide variety of partners and community members. We had an opportunity to hone in specifically around our training and technical assistance asks, which I'll get into in just a moment. We've had the opportunity to have ongoing conversations with the Housing Alliance and other partners specific to training and technical assistance, and the overall budget. Had the opportunity to engage quite regularly with our Racial Justice Council, and then also comprising of multiple one-on-one conversations, small group conversations, small focus groups. So it's been really awesome to be able to connect with partners around the state in various ways, and it's been important for how we move this budget forward. Next slide. Wonderful, thank you. So I want to get into, we're going to dive in a minute into some of the program investments, but I wanted to highlight some of the agency-wide investments. And this is really important because this is really the first time as an agency that our central services divisions, so these are the divisions that aren't necessarily doing and working and building specific programs, but are really kind of the infrastructure and the foundation and the support of our agency. And so this is really the first time that central services and support sections actually developed some of their own legislative investment concepts, which is really exciting. This has been really about focusing on advancing both our internal and external infrastructure improvements. So that means we're trying to figure out how we right-size program delivery infrastructure, but also how are we coordinating some really key major equity-centered initiatives across program areas. So these are the initiatives that touch every single program area. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about those. You heard me mention earlier about training and technical assistance, as well as capacity building and language access. And so you'll see this in your packet, but this is the Policy Option Package 103. This is really about providing targeted supports, resources, and/or capacity building activities to community-based organizations, partners, tribal partners, and community other stakeholders, really focused on specialized services, including skill building, training, activities to support organizational health. And I want to be really clear here that this is something that we've heard as a need from our partners for quite a long time. So this is really exciting because we really believe we're trying to move on what we've heard from our partners. And this is really about several things, right? It's about deepening the bench, right? And really increasing the number of organizations that are prepared and ready to deliver on resources that come to us and flow through us out to service providers. It's about building efficiency within the use of the public dollar and the ability to actually leverage and really ensuring that organizations can not only utilize our resources, but are prepared to leverage some of the resources that may be coming from some of our other state agency partners and working really across the spectrum. And really diversifying the number of partners that are working in communities and diverse communities across the state. And that includes rural and very rural Oregon. It includes tribal communities, and it absolutely includes Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American, Pacific Islander communities that are also in rural and very rural communities. So I want to be really, really clear about that. Some of the other investments that are also included in the agency-wide investments include some grant management solutions work. And so this is really about improving our grant management software solutions that help us support how divisions within the agency actually do their critical business functions. So it's the ability for us to receive and deliver on the funds that we also receive, the ability for us to get reports that allow for an accurate understanding of the financial nature of our transactions and the services and how we're providing those services. And so really thinking about better program evaluation for ongoing improvement. And then lastly, you'll see addressing agency staffing needs. And for some folks, this might seem like, well, why are we talking about staffing needs? Well, our staffing is actually really critical to meeting our values, to living out our values, to meeting our mission, to meeting our goals within our statewide housing plan. And so this is really about restoring staff to continue with ongoing program needs and operations. It's the ability for us to create new positions. And I talked a little bit about right-sizing internal infrastructure. This is what these POPs, these policy option packages are all about, and really, really critical to moving these investments forward. Next slide. Thank you. So we talked about engagement objectives, certainly for the full budget build. I want to just really hone in specifically on training and technical assistance and capacity building and language access. And I actually want to, I apologize, Nicole, if we could just quickly, if we could just quickly jump back to the agency-wide investments. I think I got a little ahead of myself here. Thank you very much. I want to just also note about training and technical assistance. The other piece of this ask is also about addressing accessibility. So this is the ability for us to expand our contracts for translation interpretation services, really building our ability to be more accessible, more language accessible, as we continue to think about and build out how we are doing ongoing engagement, as we think about how our programs and services are actually meeting the needs in communities. We have to ensure that internally we're ready to hear from everyone. And that includes making sure that we are absolutely more language accessible. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll jump back down. Sorry for the jumping back and forth here. So I want to go back really quickly to that training and technical assistance and language access ask. The engagement objectives were certainly similar for the full agency request budget, but we had the opportunity to do some more focused engagement with some slightly different objectives. I mentioned earlier that we've heard for a long time about the need for capacity building and training and technical assistance from partners. So this was really the opportunity for us to gain deeper understanding, right? We've already heard about the need, but now we want to know, tell us more about what that need really is, and so that we can get clear on what type of money we're asking for and how we'll be able to use that money to actually meet what we've been hearing. So this was really about seeking to understand, ground truthing, and really expanding our understanding of the needs amongst community partners across the state. And really having the opportunity here very specifically from communities of color to understand some of the specific needs. And again, I want to be really clear here, communities of color all over the state, whether you are in urban areas, whether you're in rural or very rural areas, it was really our opportunity to hear very specifically from some community members around needs and our ability to kind of push those investments and program designs that really acknowledge racial disparities. So slightly more focused here on training and technical assistance. Lastly, really the opportunity for us to set that groundwork for co-creation. Once we we're keeping our fingers crossed, actually get these investments. It's our opportunity to continue to be in relationship and really build that relationship in a way that helps us make sure that in implementation that we are continuing to meet those needs, right? So this is, again, that launch pad into ongoing engagement. Next slide. You'll hear a little bit later on about how we utilize some of the feedback within engagement to actually shift our thinking in the investment ourselves. And I really want to start with the training and technical assistance, because we heard in various ways between focus groups, listening sessions, specific survey results, specific to training and technical assistance. There was so much alignment in the feedback that we heard. Very, very honestly, really nearly all of the feedback that we heard specific to training and technical assistance, we did our absolute best to incorporate into this particular investment. That has included really 4 big pieces that I really want to highlight here. Requesting the most flexible fund source that's available, and that's general fund. That allows us to meet a wide variety of needs that's not necessarily tied to a specific program, knowing that we have partners and community organizations that actually work in various spots across our organization. We need to have the most flexible resource. So that's a piece of this ask. We know that many of the barriers that organizations and our partners face are actually barriers that we own. And so we believe that it's really important, and we heard loud and clear that we have to commit a portion of our funds to actually address the barriers that we create. And so really understanding what those barriers are, analyzing them, and really thinking about that as we design this investment and really help us inform our capacity building efforts. We heard very loud and clear that our tribal partners, there are very specific needs, and there are very specific ways that we should be honoring tribal self-determination. And so a part of this ask is directing an allocation of grants to the 9 federally recognized tribes, really to honor that tribal self-determination and to support maximum participation, which we're really excited about. And then lastly, really dedicating some funds to support ongoing building of organizational infrastructure and capacity of organizations that are led by and serving Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American, Pacific Islander folks, and or organizations that are serving and led by folks living in rural and or very rural serving organizations and parts of this state. And so we're really excited to kind of share that back out, and we're excited. These feel very much so aligned with our guiding principles, and we're looking forward to what will come of that. With that, I will turn it back over to Nicole, who will continue walking us through the rest of the budget.
Thank you, Chelsea. And we'll go ahead and move on to our first programmatic division. And before talking through how we've refined this budget based on feedback we've heard from partners and stakeholders, I want to just remind folks what is the contents of the Affordable Rental Housing Division's budget. First, by saying over 85% of OHCS's agency request budget is supply focused, recognizing that at this exact moment, Oregon is lacking over 111,000 homes for people that currently live here. So really supply remains one of the largest challenges in every corner of the state, and particularly supply of affordable homes. So you'll see on your screen here increased investment in the Local Innovation Fast Track program. I'll note that at 80% of this is for rental, 20% is for home ownership developments. And of course, as we build new homes, we can't risk losing the homes we have here in the state. So we're putting forward the largest ever preservation asks that this agency has ever put forward. That's $175 million to preserve existing affordable housing. You've heard from tenants at Woodspring before and tenants from across the state about just how important their affordable housing is. And of course, this is an important package to extend affordability restrictions, as well as improve conditions for affordable housing and preserve manufactured home parks. So this really is a comprehensive preservation package we put forward that includes a mix of lottery bonds and general fund resources. And I'll note LIFT, of course, is funded with general obligation Q bonds. On the permanent supportive housing side, we'll be asking for $75 million in Q bond resources to develop more housing. The $1.75 million is general fund resource. What's important to note there, that is the wraparound services rental assistance that makes PSH successful at housing those experiencing chronic homelessness. So that 1.75 million figure represents what will be built from the 75 million figure just this biennium. So that this is increasing the current service level, which is essentially a term meaning OHCS can expect that in our budget going forward. You'll hear that term from me a bit more today. So if you have questions about it, feel free to raise your hand. It's a very important term when it comes to the state budget. OHCS is also eager to expand the co-location pilot. You've heard a bit about that. We're really excited to get this innovative partnership off the ground and be able to merge two grave needs across the state. First, of course, affordable housing, and second, early learning. We know that every single county in the state is some type of childcare desert. So this really is an approach that is upstream and in alignment with OHCS's guiding principles. And last, certainly not least, is land acquisition. This allows our partners to quickly acquire land for affordable housing, both rental and homeownership housing, and it provides them 8 years to put together a project before a loan is due. It's a really important program that allows our partners to compete with market rate developers and ensure that they can acquire land that is as it's available and quickly access resources. Now, moving on to the refinement of this agenda, I will say this is one area where our stakeholders are very consistent. We heard consistent things in our engagements and in the survey that Ms. Bunch mentioned that it is similar to feedback we've heard in other areas and in alignment with our statewide housing plan. So that's good to hear that we continue to hear consistent feedback. It allows us to integrate it and prepare and anticipate the needs of our partners. On the permanent supportive housing front, one of the largest calls from the survey was that OHCS better integrate experiences from those with lived experience into our planning process. This is in alignment with what we've heard from folks that have gone through the Supportive Housing Institute that the agency runs. And because of this feedback, OHCS will be integrating and including people with lived experience as a deliberate component of that Supportive Housing Institute. And our POP narrative kind of was updated to reflect that. And I just want to recognize we didn't acronym bust POP at the beginning of this, just to remind folks what POP means. That's a policy option package. That's any investment that's above the current service level figure I mentioned. So anytime you hear POP, that just means it's a specific investment. My apologies for not making sure we acronym bust at the beginning of this. And I won't go through all the feedback received for the Affordable Rental Housing Division, really just calling out where we've made changes or why we were not able to integrate stakeholder feedback. On the land acquisition program, partners called were excited about the continued investment in land acquisition, recognizing that it allows us to meet some of the clear responses we heard from the survey. Folks in our agency request budget survey called for the agency to ensure that community engagement and deliberate planning was part of any affordable housing development. A land acquisition program that is a long-term loan allows for the quick acquisition while partners can continue that community engagement and deliberate planning. The program operates with a lens of expediency. It was called out in the survey to ensure the program is nimble to allow folks to compete with the competitive market. There weren't specific elements of actionable items in the survey. I want to call out to all our partners on the line. We remain open to improving this program and ensuring there's no barriers for you all in accessing it. So we continue to ask you to elevate any specific barriers and ensure that we can observe those and look at those. Not on the slide here, but I will call out the survey did suggest additional land acquisition resources. We did not end up increasing the land acquisition resource, particularly because it is a revolving loan fund, and we expect some funds that we've paid out to come back in next biennium. Additionally, on the preservation POP, we heard an increased call for manufactured home preservation. Of course, that's something this council has heard quite a bit about in the last few months, and increased provider capacity to build partnerships with local jurisdiction. As a part of this preservation package, we're looking at more flexible resources to support kind of capacity building and on operating capacity. So that includes a bit of that. And again, we'll talk more about this at the end of the presentation, but want to remind folks that implementation of these resources really when we get into the weeds of how to make sure they work best for community. I'll go ahead and move on to the homeownership division's investment. As I mentioned, 20% of the local innovation fast track investment is set aside for homeownership opportunities. We're also asking for $25 million of general fund for homeownership. This will align with the LIFT program and allow resources to layer, as was discussed in the September Housing Stability Council. OHCS is also asking for $20 million of general fund for down payment assistance, recognizing that is the largest barrier for mortgage-ready households in terms of buying a new home. And many of you've heard quite a bit about the Homeownership Assistance Fund that was funded by Congress last year. OHCS is, of course, administering that program, but we do know those resources will be insufficient to meet the need of community. We are proposing a social safety net program for homeowners, particularly those living on fixed income, our seniors, folks on disability, that we know are less likely to weather the incredible inflation we're seeing in the state and across the nation. This policy option package includes counseling resources to help homeowners access these programs and access mortgage protections available to all homeowners. Last, certainly not least, OHCS has a program that provides grants to decommission older manufactured homes that might be unsafe or unhealthy, and provides loans to homeowners to purchase new homes. We're close to being out of resources for that program. It's been a successful program that was established in 2019. We'd like to continue it, so we're asking for another $8 million to continue that opportunity. And starting really with refinement on the homeownership development program, this I think has been one of our POPs that has shifted the most since inception. We envisioned more of an evergreen loan fund for this development program, heard loud and clear in the survey, but also in feedback and engagement sessions related to the homeownership development resource we are now programming, that wouldn't work for our partners. So we've shifted that model and are instead offering a flexible structure, as you heard about in the last council meeting. Of course, that'll allow layering with the LIFT program to address some of the barriers because of that general obligation funding source that just has some constitutional issues in terms of working for homeownership development, and also allowing folks to come in for just the general fund to explore other homeownership models outside of community land trust models. So really excited to see that lift off. Sorry for the pun there, but really excited to see that come to life in the next few months and begin really building out a robust homeownership development program. And this is another place I want to call out where we were not able to fully utilize stakeholder feedback, even though we agreed. And the call here was for increased investment in homeownership development. We have been looking at the revenue forecast, the economic forecast, and it is likely that the state, if we're not heading into a mild recession, it's certain that state growth is slowing and we will not have the same resources we've had in the last few biennia. So because of that, and balancing the needs across of the housing spectrum, we kept the investment at $25 million, but want to call out that is an area where we did not fully utilize stakeholder feedback. Also in the homeownership division, we heard a bit more feedback on our potential safety net for Oregon homeowners. One of the, excuse me, I have my talking points mixed up here on the slide. My apologies for that. But this includes additional funding for counseling, as I mentioned. The counseling for the maintaining homeownership policy option package was increased to ensure that there's resources to serve homeowners that speak languages other than English, to ensure access and transition support for homeowners. On the supporting owners of manufactured housing, one change we've implemented based on survey feedback and in working with our partners is looking at, of course, inflation and the rising costs of supplies. We're also seeing a rising cost of manufactured homes. So through rulemaking, we'll be increasing the maximum allowable loan for that program. And of course, that will impact the ultimate budget that we're putting forward and how we calculate the outcomes for those budgets. Last, certainly not least, is our housing stabilization division. We have a number of investments here, really building on the work that we've put forward in the last 2 years to expand Oregon's social safety net, to increase shelter opportunities and resources and supports for folks experiencing homelessness, and to build on some of our longer term strategies for Oregonians. First is a large investment, the largest this agency has ever put forward on shelter infrastructure, capacity resources, as well as data improvement. So this is a broad ranging package that allows OHCS to continue the investments made by the legislature in the last biennium. We also, for keeping Oregonians in their home POP, are requesting housing retention, eviction prevention resources to be delivered across the state. You've heard quite a bit about the long-term rental assistance for youth pilot. We're proposing expanding that pilot and allowing us to ensure that we're really setting youth up for success in the state. Last, certainly not least, is an increased investment in the Individual Development Account Program, which is a matched savings program allowing Oregonians to save for homeownership, to save for school, to save for small enterprises, to purchase cars or repair their homes. It's really a broad and effective program. And diving into the feedback, this is really a division where we heard consistent feedback loud and clear across every single policy option package. And that is that a comprehensive approach to addressing Oregon's homeless crisis requires long-term ongoing funding. And that's where that current service level term becomes so important. Of course, we do have a current service level program in the Emergency Housing Account and State Homelessness Assistance Program. We know that's insufficient to meet the needs. So we are increasing and requesting that the both sheltering resource and the housing retention resource that we're putting forward be made into OHCS's current service level. Again, that means we could expect it biennia after biennia, meaning our partners could expect those resources and really plan not just for the immediate swell of resources, but look ahead and do some long-term strategic planning on the needs of their community. So we added language into these POPs to ensure that these resources are current service level, that we're able to continue to provide and build those systems. And clarified that we really, again, want to continue the funding for navigation centers, for project turnkey sites, and other important strategies we funded in the last 2 years. I'll just take the mic prerogative and add that the legislative investments in housing retention, in shelter services have been incredible and really life-changing for so many Oregonians, and we risk losing that progress if there's not sustained investment. So really appreciate our stakeholders for continuing to elevate this and call this out, and are eager to bring that message and hopefully have folks amplify that message as we continue along through our budget process. Also in the housing stabilization investments, as folks know, ending youth homelessness and ending family homelessness is a goal in our statewide housing plan. It's a priority for OHCS, and we're excited to ask for more longer term rental assistance programs to meet that goal. OHCS received wonderful feedback from you all as we were developing that initial pilot, and we'll be incorporating feedback received from the council, from other stakeholders as we continue to program and implement those resources that these funds will be added to. Last, certainly not least, is the IDA program. We heard a lot of support and feedback from partners on this program, and this is a policy option package that we really were able to co-create with implementers. We worked with neighborhood partnerships to design this program, to design this policy option package, to think through the buckets, and we have a pretty a graceful pop that we're putting forward. However, this is also one area that we were not able to fully integrate all of the feedback received. Another area where increased investment was called for. While we certainly would love to see more resources for the IDA, the funding structure here is a bit challenging. And I'll just kind of take a step and walk through that. The IDA is typically a tax credit funded program. So neighborhood partnership sells tax credits. Those revenues are what's used to fund the program. They have in recent years received general fund to augment those tax credits and to expand the program. However, we've heard concerns from other governmental partners, namely the DAS Chief Financial Office, as well as the Legislative Fiscal Office, about the challenges having both fund sources in an ongoing manner. So because of that, this program was not made CSL for general fund because there already is that ongoing funding component with the tax credit. So certainly more conversation to be had, but wanted to again call out areas where we weren't able to fully integrate our stakeholders' feedback. And before I turn to the last slide, I do want to call out in your memo is a document that has additional details on the investments that we've put forward and additional information on how we've utilized stakeholder feedback. And then, of course, I'll make my plug that I've said a number of times. Ms. Bunch has said a number of times. This is by no means the last chance we will hear from you all, from stakeholders, as we think about these resources. We're grateful for the feedback we received. I know we had a very lengthy survey that we got great responses on. We had a number of one-on-one conversations, and our partners spent quite a bit of time educating us on what would work best in their community, and we're incredibly grateful for that. And there's more opportunities. First and foremost, we have an election in just about a month. I would encourage everyone that can vote to do so. It's important to elect leaders that you believe in. Additionally, when thinking about the purse strings, the legislature really holds those purse strings. There will be opportunities to testify in the legislature, to voice your support, either verbally or in writing to legislative committees, to your members of the legislature, both the Housing Stability Council members on the line, as well as our attendees. I want to again call out the legislative process is meant to be an open one. It's meant to be deliberative, and we encourage you to be engaged. Either working with OHCS, we're happy to, when the legislative session starts, put you in contact with legislators, make sure your voices are heard, or working with the number of incredible advocacy groups we have across the state that really help lift up the voices of folks doing this work on the ground. Last, certainly not least, implementation is where the weeds are. That's where we have our fun. And that's really where we want to expand our engagement efforts with stakeholders. That could include conversations with program staff, supporting program design. I know you hear quite a bit from divisions as they come forward about what they've heard from stakeholders. And this also includes our rulemaking process. We have rules advisory committees that are made up of providers across the state, often folks doing the work across the state, that help inform the technical words and details of how we deliver programs. So much appreciation again for folks that have lent their voice and helped us develop this budget. Much more to come, but with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, Council, a very very information-packed presentation. Comments, questions, feedback from any of the council at this point? If don't hesitate to use the raise hand function. And just okay, Councilmember Farrell.
I just really appreciate how much feedback was heard and incorporated into the budget. I think I think it really helps people address the individual needs in their community, especially around some of that flexibility. So that's not something we see often, and it's just great that that feedback was listened to, heard, and incorporated.
I would agree on that point. And for people who are part of this call, just want to alert you that at least a couple council members, including me, have been getting notices of an unstable internet connection. As you may know, I'm in Newport, and apparently there's a really wide power outage in the Lincoln City area. So I suspect that would have something to do with it. So if any of us disappear abruptly, that will likely be the reason. Do we have any other council feedback on this presentation? Councilmember Mena. You're still muted.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I think it's a very comprehensive budget. I greatly appreciate the forward-looking component of it and the community engagement, and greatly appreciate how you communicated how that feedback has been incorporated into the budget presentation. So thank you so much.
Anything else from the council at this point? All right, then, next steps in the process, what should we be looking for?
Thank you, Chair Hall. There's a number of next steps. It's unlikely we'll really know much about what comes next until after the election. And at that point, when the governor's recommended budget comes out, we'll have, again, those clear marching orders. Many of you have engaged with in the legislative process with us before. I would love to have your support again in talking with legislators and engaging in that deliberative policymaking process. So stay tuned. And if you're open to testifying or talking to legislators, don't be a stranger. You're welcome to reach out to me, and happy to kind of facilitate those conversations or support you in whatever way makes the most sense.
Okay.
Chair Hall, can I add something really?
Of course.
I tried to get out of this without not saying anything, but I couldn't help myself. So just two very, very quick things, because we're going to have a lot of continued conversation about our budget. Is one, we're coming out of running a very robust emergency rent assistance program, of which the need is still very, very great. And as expected, as we expected, as the federal government who pushed those dollars out expected, the need is still great. The need is still there, and it still persists greatly across the state, which is an indicator, a key indicator that part of that root cause is lack of affordable housing. We simply do not have enough truly big A, capital A, bold letters of affordable housing. And so I just want to acknowledge that it was very intentional that more than 60% of these funds are going towards supply of affordable housing. And I also want to acknowledge that in understanding the concurrent crisis that so many of the people that we serve are facing across the state, it emboldens and requires us to be very clear in our understanding of how we got to this crisis. And it is both in part processes that did not include everybody, that did not include marginalized communities in both rural and urban communities, that did not fully incorporate and uplift the people's voice, of which that is why government exists, to serve the people. And so if we're not clear-eyed about how we got to the set of concurrent issues, we will risk repeating it. And so not only does that push in advance the scale of the dollar amount, but only the process by which we get there, and the details matter. So, which is why you're hearing a stronger tone and voice from myself and from our team to make sure that the people that we served are informed in our process, informed of the legislative process, know how to engage, critique, investigate, including us, because so much is at stake. And so I want to just acknowledge that for anybody that is under the sound of our voices today. So just appreciation for the team, and appreciation for the time for our agency request budget this morning.
100% agree. I think we can look forward to, I hope the council, I'm certainly willing, and I've since many, if not all of you, are willing to be ready to go into the halls of the legislature. And yeah, it will be nice to be actually back in the Capitol building instead of strictly participating remotely, and to deliver a strong but positive message about how these proposed investments will make a significant difference in the lives of many, many Oregonians. We now move on to the next agenda item, disaster recovery and resilience, and Assistant Director Ryan Flynn. Ryan, are you ready?
You need
Perhaps
to
ready
unmute
but
yourself,
muted,
Ryan.
Director Flynn.
Once a week, at least. I apologize. Good
That's
morning.
okay, we all do it.
I try not to, but good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members. Hope you're doing great today. Ryan Flynn, Assistant Director for Disaster Recovery. I know we have a packed agenda, lots of things going on, so I'll be relatively brief, but I'd be happy to answer any questions and look forward to discussion at the end. So today, I am seeking approval for the allocation of $14.8 million out of the state wildfire disaster recovery funds to 3 of the most impacted counties in the 2020 wildfires. So this, what I'm bringing to you today is something that's a really high priority for these counties. We've been collaborating with these local leaders. This is something that I'd say pretty clearly they're very, very, very supportive of, excited about. So I know that I can share with you confidently this is a local priority. The source of these funds that we're proposing today is House Bill 5006, State General Fund, and lottery-backed bonds. These were allocated in response to the 2020 wildfires to OHCS. So OHCS is seeking approval to form intergovernmental grant agreements with 3 counties that were some of the most impacted in the wildfires: Lincoln County, Lane County, and Marion County. So first of all, in these grant agreements, OHCS will list requirements to ensure equitable outcomes for wildfire survivors. This is a high priority for us, certainly, and one that we take very seriously. As we proposed to you in the action plan for the CDBGDR funds, we've adopted a targeted universalism framework for disaster recovery. So that's something that we would apply and make sure carries through not just the CDBGDR funds, but in this sort of activity as well. So within grant agreements, the IGAs, intergovernmental grant agreements, that we're proposing to do through this, we would have binding agreements or binding language within those agreements that would discuss getting to equitable outcomes for wildfire survivors. And that will be, again, binding language around equity, around making sure there's access, outreach, and measurable outcomes. So we'll make sure that in the intergovernmental grant agreements, we include reporting requirements, for instance, that would be able to provide clear and measurable information on demographic beneficiaries and breakdowns of how this sort of funding is used locally, so that we can report to you on how that is being met. We will also make sure that our local partners enact meaningful engagement with BIPOC communities, outreach partnerships, and really focusing on setting policy and process so that, you know, historically underserved individuals, BIPOC communities, Latinx population will benefit from these outcomes, from this activity. So I can't stress enough, this is something that we would look at very closely within the way that we work with DOJ on the grant agreements, and make sure that it is structured to meet that high priority with the disaster recovery funds. So having said that, I'd like to turn to the numbers. for precise funding totals that we would like to propose to you. So we are seeking an allocation to Lincoln County. The intergovernmental grant agreements, of course, will be with each county government. So to Lincoln County for $2 million, to Marion County for $4.8 million, and to Lane County for $8 million. Again, that total proposed to you today is $14.8 million. So it's really important for me to note publicly here that is not the total allocation that we're providing within those highly impacted areas. These are part of the total funding package that we're doing within those areas. These direct IGAs are in addition and above and on top of current work, current funding, current projects that we are working with counties on right now. And all of that other work is from the same source that I'm talking about, House Bill 5006, General Fund and Lottery Bonds. We've done, at the OHCS Disaster Recovery Team, we've done an analysis of loss in the 2020 event based on housing. What was the housing loss? And what would the target funding need to be relative to that proportional loss, right? That's a piece of an equitable distribution of funds. We want to make sure that how we're allocating that resource mirrors loss and mirrors loss as best as we can to pair with the housing impact. These intergovernmental agreements will provide funds directly to counties to get close to that correct allocation total for each, again, based on the loss in the event. So for Lincoln County had 8% of the housing loss in the 2020 disaster. The funding target based on proportional loss is $10 million. And this grant agreement proposal to you for Lincoln County would bring the OHCS current disaster recovery funding total to $10 million. For Lane County, Lane had 13.7% of the housing loss in the 2020 disaster. The funding target based on loss is $17.1 million. And this grant would, in addition to other activities, bring the disaster recovery funding total to $17.1 million. And finally, for Marion, Linn counties, which are working jointly together on recovery, we see 15.6% of the housing loss in the 2020 disaster. The funding target based on loss is $19.5 million. And this grant will bring the funding total in that area to $17.6 million. So these are not comprehensive totals. We are working with housing authorities, counties, and community action agencies in each of these counties, separate from this, and funding other projects. But we'll certainly be looking to make sure, for example, the Linn-Marion number has not met yet that exact proportional loss. But the reason for that is there's a series of projects that we're probably going to bring to you in, hopefully next couple of council meetings that would bring that total within Marion Linn counties right up to that exact sort of proportional loss. So we can expect that. And that's the reason that we're not just sort of proposing something that's exactly that same number right now. So council members, your packet contains much more detailed information on the eligible uses and the existing state funding breakdown, which I'm not going to go into all the detail today, but we can certainly follow up or can answer some questions about all of that. But at a high level, these intergovernmental grant agreements will allow for land acquisition for affordable housing, which again would benefit wildfire survivors. This would be wildfire specific affordable housing projects, home purchases for eligible survivors, rental assistance for eligible survivors, home repairs for wildfire survivors, on-site infrastructure needs to allow for housing, and offsite infrastructure improvements that are local priorities that, again, help to redevelop these areas. They had a lot of infrastructure damage and loss. That is a crisis for a lot of these counties, and this funding would help them to address those points. And finally, we would provide administrative support through this. There would be an allowable amount of administrative funds within these grants to make sure that they're able to execute on this. If they have staffing shortfalls, we want to be partners in that and make sure that they have the funding that they need for that work. So council members, again, I said this is really a proposal with a priority for local recovery leaders. This is something that, you know, as I work with them, I think that there will be real advantages to doing this. Local governments may be able to act faster than we have been so far for acquisition of property. We're competing within the private market. We're seeing some properties come up for sale that might be great fits, but by distributing this funding locally, we believe that we'll see actual quicker identification to acquisition of those properties. We're going to provide support to the counties through a series of contracts we have to do that. But overall, I think my final message here is that I really do think that this will lead to greater outcomes for survivors, faster land acquisition, and a more close partnership with local leaders, which is something that's a high priority for us. We want to be aligned in recovery strategy, and by sort of empowering that local action, I think that we're going to see really great outcomes in that. So, you know, that's what I had on the $14.8 million proposal. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks very much, Ryan. And I would be enthusiastic about this. I would like to think, even if Lincoln County wasn't one of the funding recipients here. And for that reason, I am going to abstain from voting because of the potentially perceived conflict of interest. But I know my fellow commissioner, Katie Jacobson, who has been the Board of Commissioners liaison to our local recovery team, is very excited about this, having the nimbleness and flexibility to act on property acquisition opportunities as they arrive. And I think this money will be put to good use and put to good use quickly. So, Councilmember Farrell.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sure that this has been answered in some capacity elsewhere, but for the sake of this conversation, Ryan, can you address where Jackson County falls, how we compare in terms of our percentage loss, and why Jackson County isn't included in this funding proposal?
Sorry, I just clicked the wrong series of buttons to get away from the mute button, but absolutely. I'm doing this a little off memory. I'm going to find my notes that I have pulled up, but they've been buried. Jackson County, of course, as I think everybody knows, was by the numbers, the most impacted county within the 2020 event. I want to say for anyone listening, of course, that doesn't mean that we will not focus less or prioritize less the recovery outcomes in other areas, but Jackson County has been an enormous focus for us because it has been so impacted. So Jackson County had about 60% of the overall impact as far as the numbers go. And our funding right now is exactly in line. I think we're providing $70 million for Jackson County right now. A lot of projects are sort of off the ground, on the way, multifamily housing projects, park acquisitions, which I'd be happy to sort of send a specific breakdown to you on that. But we, in discussion with leaders there, don't see any particular need at this point to provide a direct allocation to Jackson because we've been more successful in those areas in acquiring land, in putting together projects that totals. It is for that proportional loss, we're funding already right at that total amount, and I'm actually fairly pleased with how it's gone there. It's certainly been a joint effort. I do think the packet has a pie chart breakdown of what's spent, what's allocated, what's sort of coming up, as well as what each county has been allocated. In Jackson County, where I'm saying, you know, the loss was 17% here and 70% of the allocation is Jackson County is right at that number, and it's pretty high at this point. I might find my notes and sort of give you a specific number here in a minute, but ultimately, we're not overlooking Jackson County. We basically are at a spot where the other three counties, I think, we benefit from providing that allocation directly because, for a variety of number of reasons, we haven't had that success yet, and we really want to sort of find a new way to make sure that that happens quickly.
Okay, Councilmember Higginbotham.
Hi, Ryan. I just wanted to say thank you for recognizing the power in local control. That's something that we, especially in the rural areas, really appreciate. We do feel like we can be more nimble and make decisions faster and get things done faster. So I appreciate that. And I also wanted to say I appreciate your presentation and the flexibility in the options and opportunities that this funding can be used for. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And if I could say just one thing to sort of follow up on that, I think I hope some of the commissioners are listening. I don't know if they are, but I mean, we talk very frequently, and I think the truth is that there is there are different needs in different areas in river valley areas, McKenzie, Santam areas. That the need for infrastructure is different than the need for recovery in Jackson, though there's infrastructure needs in Jackson as well. There's just that flexibility is important because we can allow for local leaders who know it best to sort of allocate resources appropriately. So I think that I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Hey, anything else from the council on this? Are we ready for a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
Hey, we've got a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call on this vote, please?
Thank you, council members. Councilmember DeFantorum.
We might have lost her. I know there's still a very extensive, well, I see someone connecting to audio, but yeah, there's still a real extensive outage in the Lincoln City area.
True. I will loop back around. We'll move on to
Okay.
and for the record, Councilmember Mena has joined the council and will be voting today.
Okay.
Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Abstain.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Councilmember Mena,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember DeFantorum. Now, it does not appear that she is on.
Right. I see a few minutes ago, she sent a message, I can stay, but I'm not able to fully participate. So.
Okay, without her vote, we are at an impasse for this item.
I believe, Chair Hall, I think that might have been a different note. I think her internet was impacted. So we'll see if we can reach her for a prompt and pose a vote to her and get that recorded.
Okay, because it would be, of course, great to see this money headed out the door. All right, then we are at now just a couple of minutes after 2. We're actually
Chair Hall,
yes.
my apologies, my deepest apologies for the interruption. I see that Councilmember DeFantorum is back. So before we break, I wanted to just make sure that we could try to pose the vote.
All right.
Councilmember DeFantorum, we are voting on the proposed sub-allocation of IGAs of the state wildfire recovery funding. What is your vote, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Very good. Okay, we are running ahead of schedule. So thank you all for that. We are at the point in the agenda now where we have a 15-minute break scheduled before we come back and go through the extensive presentation from the Affordable Housing Rental Program. So I'm showing 11:04, and I will ask everyone to be back here promptly and ready to reconvene at 11:20. Thank you all. All right, do we have anybody back online yet?
I'm here.
Okay. Now we just need to find everybody else.
I'm here.
Okay, that's a couple of us.
I'm here.
Three, yeah, I'm seeing more. I think once Chaola returns, we'll be ready to reconvene.
I'm here.
Okay, let's do it then, please. And please let me know when we're live again.
We are recording and live.
Well, good morning again, everybody. It's just past 11:20 a.m., October 7th, 2009, the monthly meeting of the Oregon Housing Stability Council. And we have returned from our break, mid-morning break. And at this time, I would like to turn things over to Natasha Detweiler-Dobby, the director of the Affordable Rental Housing Division, and the division has a lot of business to bring before us today. So Natasha, when you're ready, you're up.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, Council. Thank you for having us here today. Before I launch into our first agenda item, I just wanted to take a brief minute to follow up on a couple of items raised in public comment this morning. First, certainly echoing the gratitude for the public testimony heard. I just want to address two different issues or aspects that were raised. First, for Milepost 5, it is our utmost interest and priority to ensure that that the properties that we fund are able to provide safe and decent housing for tenants. I want to express my gratitude to Amber Cook and the tenants for organizing the tenants union that she spoke to in public testimony. And while there is much in community that is beyond our direct control, it is also clear to me and OHCS broadly that there's work to do here to make sure that the needed repairs can be made and that the property needs are able to operate with resident support and safety in mind. And though obstacles to continue to persist, I do think that there has been some good progress made and that we have more work to do. And so to that end, in addition to the outreach to neighbors and residents that Director Bell referenced, on the program side, we are actively working with our partners at CDP and Guardian to determine and support what long-term solutions we can put into place to address the obstacles that we are continually hitting, with the hope of putting appropriate resources into place to support the building and the tenants. This can't likely happen overnight, but will continue to be a focused priority until this is resolved. And so I don't want to leave that unsaid on the record here this morning. The other thing that I wanted to follow up on is SEPA provided some testimony regarding their 9% tax credit application and the scoring elements regarding environmental protections agency, the EPA data set. And just to give a little context around that, as you know, likely know, probably there's a lot of data that we used layered into our NOFA scoring to align with various policy intents. And in this case, we're wanting to refine our understanding of environmental impacts on tenants. The data described in the NOFA and the NOFA instructions was all done accurately. However, after the NOFA was published, the references on the website was updated such that, unbeknownst to OHCS, the instructions for accessing data were no longer entirely correct. So it was the descriptions were correct, that website was updated. And so that provided a brief disconnect. And so I just want to assure Housing Stability Council that the same correct data was used for all project applicants. And in fact, all of the Metro applicants lost the same 3 points that the SEPA project referenced. We have reviewed this with SEPA in our NOFA debrief, and we'll continue to talk with them as they're interested in doing so. I also want to appreciate the input regarding our anti-displacement vulnerable to gentrification data that they referenced and its impact on suburban area. This is something that we're looking into to try to understand more broadly how that impacts. So I think that was kind of the follow-up on those points. Certainly happy to engage further on them, but I just wanted to provide that context back to Housing Stability Council. And so with that, I think I will just hand it to Ty Dunson Strain, our production manager, to walk through just one 4% transaction this month, which is, I don't remember the last time we had just one, Ty. So here, I'll share screen and you can go through this presentation.
Good morning, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. Yeah, and reference to the last time we had just one transaction, I cannot remember a time it would have had to been pre-COVID. So just, and that speaks to the work of all of the excellent partners we're working with in making, and our team internally on making sure these transactions move forward throughout the process. So with that, Sequoia Crossings is a PSH project in Salem, 60 unit built project sponsored by the Salem Housing Authority with Archers in Salem. We previously awarded PSH capital dollars, and now we're seeking the resolution for the taxes and bonds. This project meets our equity and racial justice criteria. It includes a wide variety of partnerships, and includes also funding with Salem Home and our PSH capital dollars that I mentioned. Their residents are going to be referred through Salem's coordinated entry process. Includes three buildings and a great features that are listed in the packet as far as the construction, the partnership specifically to call out with the serving communities of color, or Seed-Based Faith Ministries, Mono a Mono, and Island Boy Camp. There's a host of outreach partners that the Housing Authority, Salem Housing Authority, is going to engage in, and they include and then they also have a target MWSB MW of 30%, and statewide housing priorities. It meets it. Actually, I see there should be one more bullet for 4 of the statewide housing priorities. So just note that the project in the write-up, I'm noticing that there's not the mention of the equity and meeting the equity and racial justice part of the statewide housing plan. So that would be a 4th, but it definitely includes homelessness, PSH, and affordable rental housing. So with that adjustment, I ask that you could any questions before ask you folks consider the motion.
Any questions, comments from the council? If not, are we ready? Would someone please make a motion, and someone else second a motion to approve this transaction for Sequoia Crossing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and could we now have the roll call, please?
Thank you, council members. Councilmember DeFontorum,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Councilmember Minna,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. Back to you, Natasha.
Great, thank you, council. So next up, we have Martin Jarvis, our state tax credit program analyst, presenting a series of preservation projects for funding award. And I just, before going into that, I just want to do provide a little bit of I think pretty exciting news in terms of, you know, for preservation transactions. This has long been a struggle in terms of really identifying where we can make impact in terms of equity and racial justice, knowing that these are projects that are already fully leased to a large extent. And so there's less opportunity to engage in outreach to affirmatively market and all of those components. And part of what I think we've heard from council is really wanting to understand and connect with who the current residents are. And so this has been a long process of data migrations into new systems. And in the last month, we have secured a new data view through our system provider that both our research team and staff have worked really hard on. And so Martin has been able to incorporate for the first time in this presentation the actual demographic data about our tenants and the community around the projects. And I think this is, so I will say this is our first shot. I'll have to download later on with Councilmember Lee, because I think I would like to, in particular, I was hoping to get her audience on this, but I think, so look for your feedback on that, you know, in the meeting or offline, but just really excited that we're making this progress. We have opened or Martin has opened his competitive preservation NOFA. We've also built into that NOFA requests for tenant demographics, as well as information about tenant rent burden. So trying to do more in terms of really having that tenant-centered focus to it. So I just wanted to regroup with you all to know that, to just let you know that this work is happening. And we did a lot of cheers when they were able to pull the data out of the system. So it's really exciting. So I'll hand it over now to Martin to walk through two different slates of preservation recommendations. Thank you, Natasha. Good morning, Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members. For the record, my name is Martin Jarvis, State Tax Credits Program Analyst in the Development Resources and Production section. I'm here to recommend the following 4 projects for an allocation of preservation resources. All 4 projects applied for funding through our combined pools open application process. In the interest of time, I'll go through all 4 projects and take any questions at the end. So as Natasha mentioned, in the following slides, we've included demographic data for each project. This is data that we've only recently been able to access in a systematic way, thanks to updates in ProLink. This is a first attempt at providing the data, and we will be refining the process as we go forward in the future for future presentations. A couple of general notes about the demographic data. All responses are from voluntary participation of the tenants. All of the information we have available is provided by the tenants directly. The percent of tenants who are missing or decline to participate is provided at the bottom of each demographic slide. We combined categories with other and 2 or more races if we had fewer than 5 responses, but we have this data disaggregated upon request. The data is all from the most recent tenant events reports in ProLink. We have annual data on the households and units, but for this presentation, we pulled only the latest data. We've included census data of the wider neighborhoods where each project is located for comparison. First up, we have Gateway Commons, sponsored by Devco through Gateway Commons Apartments LLC. This project will preserve 138 units of affordable housing. It's located in the city of Hillsborough in Washington County. This project promotes OHCS's affordable rental housing priority and provides family-size units and workforce units. Gateway Commons is an existing LIHTC property coming out of its initial 15-year tax credit compliance period. The property is adjacent to a TriMet Max Light rail station, and Washington County Social Services are nearby. The project sponsor has purchased the property and now intends to perform rehabilitation work on the building's envelope. The sponsor is working on putting into place connections with culturally responsive services, along with other efforts to further equity and racial justice. This project will be returning for HSC approval of the 4% LIHTC bond amounts later this year. Gateway Commons had a participation rate in the demographic survey of 42%. This was the smallest percentage of participating tenants among all the projects. As you can see from the demographics slide, the resident population is overall more diverse than the surrounding community. Of note is the large number of respondents who identified as Hispanic or Latino and also as white. The sponsor is requesting $4,830,000 in preservation funds. Next up, we have Greenberg Oaks, sponsored by Community Partners for Affordable Housing. This project will preserve 84 units of affordable housing, and it is located in the city of Tigard in Washington County. This project promotes OHCS's affordable rental housing priority and provides family-size units and workforce units. Greenberg Oaks requires rehabilitation of the building's envelope to deal with issues related to water intrusion. CPOP provides resident services focused on eviction prevention and community building. They also strive to connect their residents with culturally specific service providers in the wider community. Greenberg Oaks meets the agency's standards on equity and racial justice. Greenberg Oaks had a resident participation rate of 76% in the demographic survey. The resident population of Greenberg Oaks is similarly more diverse than the surrounding neighborhood. The sponsors are requesting $2,940,000 in preservation funds. Next is Olson Woods, also sponsored by Community Partners for Affordable Housing. This project will preserve 32 units of affordable housing and is located in the city of Tigard in Washington County. This project promotes OHCS's affordable rental housing priority and provides family-size units. Olson Woods also requires repairs to their building envelope and to deal with issues related to water intrusion. CPOP provides the same resident services as at Greenberg Oaks, focusing on eviction prevention and community building. This includes providing connections with culturally specific service providers in the wider community. Olson Woods meets the agency's standards on equity and racial justice. Olson Woods had a survey participation rate of 64%. Once again, you can see that the resident population is more diverse than in the surrounding community based on census records. The sponsor is requesting $1,120,000 in preservation funds. And now we have Westtown on 8th, sponsored by Cornerstone Community Housing. This project will preserve 102 units of affordable housing and is located in the city of Eugene in Lane County. This project promotes OHCS's affordable rental housing priority. Westtown requires preservation funds to deal with construction defects affecting the long-term viability of the project, including replacing the elevator and the HVAC systems. Resident services are provided on site by Cornerstone Community Housing through their Healthy Homes program. Westtown meets the agency standards on equity and racial justice. Westtown had a 78% participation rate in the demographic survey. It's the only project of the 5 I'll be presenting today where the resident population more closely matches the wider neighborhood's demographic details. The sponsor is requesting $3,570,000 in preservation funds. I'm happy to discuss any questions you have on the materials, but otherwise ask you to consider the motion on page 24 of your packet. Thank you.
Okay, okay, council, any questions or feedback on the proposal? If not, would somebody be willing to make, let's see, so do we need to take these all indivially or can we do them as?
I have a question.
Oh, okay, go right ahead, please.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate the demographic information on the project in the surrounding neighborhood. The other request that I would have is that what is the project's goal in terms of demographic makeup of the as they submit the proposal. And just because, if it's a neighborhood that's mostly white or mostly, let's say, specific race or ethnicity, how did they propose to not only service that neighborhood, but also service the wider area, which is, we know that BIPOC communities and marginalized communities have most difficulty get into affordable housing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mena. I appreciate the feedback.
Okay, any other questions or feedback from the council at this point? If not, I would really appreciate it if somebody could make the motion on screen right now to approve the preservation pool funding. Try and say that fast 3 times. Preservation pool funding for these 4 projects.
So moved.
Thanks, Barb. And is there?
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFontorum.
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. Let's keep things moving. And what have we got next?
Right, next we have Martin again with one other, so those were from a rehab pool. He has another recommendation from an acquisition pool aligned with our, we call them our push regulations for our publicly supported housing portfolio, to try to prioritize preservation of projects at risk of loss. So Martin, I'll hand it off to you. Thank you, Natasha. I am now here to recommend Orchard Park, sponsored by Aberdeen Capital, for an allocation of publicly supported housing preservation or PUSH resources. Orchard Park applied for funding through our combined pools open application process. The PUSH pool is meant to be for the acquisition of affordable housing projects at immediate risk of converting to market rate due to expiring restrictions. This is the first time we are bringing a PUSH pool application before the council for approval. This project will preserve 224 units of affordable housing located in the city of Salem in Marion County. Orchard Park's LIHTC restrictions have expired, and the project's current owners have begun converting vacant units to market rate. So far, 22 units have been converted to market rate, and if OHCS does not take any action, the remaining 202 units will also convert, and the current low-income residents will be in danger of losing access to their housing. As part of Aberdeen Capital's acquisition proposal, they will maintain the affordability of the 202 unconverted units and put in place a plan to return the entire project to 100% affordability. Aberdeen Capital has worked to establish relationships with local agencies, including Salem Housing Authority and the Mid-Willamette Valley Community Action Agency, to collaborate on developing a resident services plan that engages with and addresses the resident community's needs based on tenant input. Orchard Park is working toward meeting agency standards on equity and racial justice. This project promotes OHCS's affordable rental housing priority. Orchard Park had a 65% participation rate in the tenant survey. Its population is like 3 of the others, more diverse than the wider neighborhood. One thing of a special note that we found in our analysis is that there is a presence of tenants identifying as Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander who were missed in the most recent census for that neighborhood. The sponsor is requesting $20 million in PUSH funds. I'm happy to discuss any questions on the materials presented, but otherwise ask you to consider the motion in your packet on page 34. Thank you. You're muted, Chair Hall.
Thank you very much. I want to ask for any council questions or feedback. And it seems there isn't any, so I would like to entertain if someone would make the motion on screen.
So
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
we've got Okay, we've got a motion and a second. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFantorum,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Chair Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Councilmember Minna,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. And we'll continue with rural investments, I believe.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Hall. So as you acknowledged this morning at the start of council, we have surpassed our rural goal from our statewide housing plan. And so today we have our senior policy analyst, Mitch Anush, here to talk about those investments and what the data shows about them. Hand it off to you, Mitch. We can't hear you, Mitch. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, still figuring out my headphone situation. Good afternoon, council members, Chair Hall, Director Bell. My name is Mitch Hanush. As Natasha mentioned, I'm the interim senior policy analyst for planning and policy section of the Affordable Rental Housing Division. And I got the honor of presenting kind of a general statewide housing plan update on our rural production strategy, which, as you mentioned up front, Chair Hall, is really exciting news, and we're really proud of the work that has been going on, and I'm excited to share some detail with you all. So to start, just some background. So as you all know, rural communities were identified as one of our 6 statewide housing plan priorities. I wanted to call out kind of the specific language from the statewide housing plan. This statement was what we committed to, that we would change the way OHCS does business in small towns and rural communities and be responsive to the unique housing and service needs and unlock opportunities for housing development. I wanted to flag that because it's a really broad goal. And while we're celebrating today, I think the production targets that we met, there's a lot in here that's beyond just raw production and raw unit counts. We really want to invest in rural communities in a lot of different ways and really help them kind of grow their capacity and also respond to kind of the unique needs that they have and make those connections to build opportunities. And a lot of that work is ongoing. We're really excited about some of the opportunities we have planned. Next is going up after me is Andrea Mathiasen, who will present on a few of those things. Our capacity building program manager, Kimie Leoka, is also working on a couple really exciting offerings for these communities. So the work is certainly ongoing, even though we are celebrating kind of a big milestone today. So as you mentioned off the top, Chair Hall, the goal was, the quantitative goal was to increase our funded housing development in rural areas by 75% over the previous 5-year period. And so contextually, that looked like the 5-year period before. We had funded 1,454 rural units. And so the goal was 2,546 rural units. Now the big reveal, drum roll. And of course I skipped by it. So we met our goal. Yay, really exciting. 3,612 units funded and either already constructed or in our pipeline as of last month, which we are just so excited and proud and grateful to our partners for all of the really hard work they've been doing. It's really, I think, speaks to kind of a statewide effort to really push resources into these areas and also to, really push development into these areas where potentially there hadn't been projects built in many years or our programs hadn't been reaching for a long time. So we're really excited that in just over 3 years, we were able to not just meet this goal, but greatly exceed this goal. So yeah, this chart, just for context, shows change over time as kind of it's a running total with the blue line over time. And then each of the bar chart shows kind of the actual units that were funded on that date. So the column on the right shows the individual date unit approvals, and on the left is the running totals. So as you can see, there's several dates where there's a huge spike. Those are dates when you all approved a NOFA or a NOFA awards or some other kind of large bucket of rural units that came through, generally are competitive NOFAs. There's a lot of kind of in-between approvals that happened with finance committee approvals for smaller projects or for 4% deals. But the really big spikes were from these NOFA awards. And I think that speaks to the hard work of our program managers and our program team generally. Lots of credit and kudos to them for really intentionally incorporating rural priorities into their NOFAs in the last few years. And the success we've seen is a direct result of that. And I think having those rural set-asides in each of these NOFAs and really intentionally pushing resources in that way, but also scoring and prioritizing, reaching those communities in ways that made sense for them, and pushed our other goals as well. I think it's a real credit to the work that they've been doing and will continue to do. Again, this is not the end of this, so but still really exciting. So I'm gonna go into a little more detail specific to programs. These are a couple of charts that I'm gonna dig into in the coming slides. I did want to make a couple caveats just so the data might look weird, just so you know what's kind of going on. So the programs here are specifically the primary program funding. So as you all know, most of our programs leverage other sources. So many of our LIFT deals also are funded through our 4% low-income housing tax credits. If it was a LIFT deal that came in for competitive funding with 4% low-income housing tax credits and was awarded, in this chart, and then the coming charts, it would be identified as a LIFT deal. It would not be included in the 4% low-income housing tax credit. That goes for a 9% low-income housing tax credit as well, if it also leveraged GHAP dollars, general housing account program dollars, or home dollars to kind of fill gaps in that NOFA. It would also be identified as a 9% project. I just wanted to flag that. So to the pie chart here is all of the rural units that were funded over the past 3 years. These are raw unit count totals for the program. So unsurprisingly, our largest NOFAs and our kind of most productive NOFAs were the largest unit counts that came out of these last few years. I think we also want to, though, really give credit to the LIFT and the 9% low-income housing tax credit program. These are really phenomenal production totals: 1,435 units for LIFT in rural Oregon, 791 units for 9% credits in rural Oregon. Combined, they almost met the 5-year target themselves, which is just really exciting. And again, a credit to the program managers who've worked so hard to really intentionally push projects into these areas and make these a priority in their NOFAs. I also, these are two of our most policy dense programs as our biggest funding sources. And I think really want to give a ton of credit to our partners because these are not easy resources to access. They require a lot of expectations and requirements around them, specifically around other priorities that we have, including equity and racial justice goals. And for our sponsors to be able to successfully access these resources to the extent that they did, I think it's a real credit to the progress that they've made in kind of working with rural communities of color and working with culturally specific organizations and building partnerships that might not have existed before. It's been challenging, and we have had a lot of ongoing work to do and progress to make, but I do want to flag that the fact that they're able to successfully access these resources is really impressive, given where we were at, I think, at the beginning of the statewide housing plan with some of these conversations. So yeah, really great, lots of work to do, but wanted to give credit where credit's due, I think, there. This slide breaks down kind of the proportionality. So where units are getting funded by program. So each program of 100% of the units that they've funded in this period, how many are going to urban, how many are going to rural. As we'd expect, most programs, more units are getting funded in urban areas. Those tend to be larger projects. So, you know, for a program like our General Housing Account Program, GHAP, we have a specific NOFA that is for small projects for that award. So it's not particularly surprising that the unit counts would be lower, even though those are incredibly valuable resources that get pushed into rural parts of the state. Just in terms of raw unit count, it looks lower than what the impact it's having. Just flagging that as well. That being said, our 9% credits again in our LIFT program, I think have been pushing resources really successfully into these rural parts of the state at rates that I think exceeded my expectations, especially with the 9% credit to be able to fund projects that are bringing a comparable number of units into the state as they are able to fund in urban areas is really great and really impressive. LIFT to a slightly lesser extent, but just given the size of some of the projects that we see through LIFT in urban areas, I think this is still a really impressive goal for it's a stat for almost a third of the LIFT units to be in rural areas is super impressive. And some of our programs, like our manufactured home park preservation program and our OHTC pool resources and our ag worker housing tax credit, are really almost an even split, which is great that some of those resources are really able to intentionally reach rural communities at an almost even rate. Just to flag kind of the two that on this chart look less successful at reaching rural areas, 4% tax credit. As I mentioned earlier, these are 4% only deals. So if a rural project applied for LIFT and also accessed 4% credits, that would be under the LIFT pool here, or the LIFT bucket. 4% only deals are really challenging in rural parts of the state because they aren't accessing other local resources to kind of help fill gaps. So more of those kind of 4% only deals we see in urban areas. The 4% credits that get accessed in rural areas are often connected to other resources that we have. PSH similarly has not seen a ton of projects in rural Oregon. This is a really challenging model with really high expectations, and for project teams in some of these rural communities to pull together service providers and property managers who are well-versed with this type of high need population and high-risk population, and a developer who can kind of bring that team together and pull together a project has been hard. And I think we're in ongoing conversations around kind of ways that we can reach these kind of rural communities with this type of service enriched housing, potentially through other avenues, and or working with PSH people who want to develop PSH in these communities to develop the capacity to do so. Sometimes it takes longer to stand up kind of a service provider relationship in a rural community, and after just 3 years they haven't been able to put a team together. So we're optimistic going forward with that, but did want to flag that so far that's it's been a bit of a gap for that program, even though last month we showed there's been a ton of success in PSH through our specific PSH program. There hasn't been a ton of funding. We do have PSH units that come in through the 9% low income housing tax credit program and through the LIFT program. So we have been able to successfully get PSH units into rural communities through other avenues. And yeah, we'll continue to work on pushing PSH program in those areas. So next, a map. I love a map. And I was really excited by this one. This is just showing kind of the location of all of the projects we funded in the last 3 years. And the spread is phenomenal. We're really excited by the fact that we've been able to reach so many different parts of the state, while acknowledging that there are definitely gaps still in this map. It's really wonderful to see programs like LIFT reaching the coast, 9% credits, having a ton of success, not only in Southern Oregon, but in Eastern Oregon. I think we can use this data to kind of and look at kind of where these trends have been to really work on reaching some of those areas that are missing and try to direct what programs are working in some communities that aren't working in others, and how can we fill the gap or direct resources more intentionally to places where it makes more sense. But generally, this is exactly the kind of spread I think we want to see, and are really excited about, with the obvious caveats. The Gorge, the 3 projects there are ag worker housing tax credit projects, which are a huge need in that community with all the agricultural workforce in that area, but hasn't seen a ton of standard traditional multifamily development in that area. Also, the South Coast is kind of a gap right now, and kind of working on ways that we can build capacity in those areas, reach communities in those areas, and find out what the needs are and how we can potentially work with them to direct resources is, I think, a priority going forward. And Andrew, again, will talk to you about potentially our home ARP resources and options there with kind of reaching rural communities. And as I mentioned, KIMEA is working with the GHAP capacity program to try to really intentionally reach some of these communities and figure out what kind of projects they need and how we can make that work with our existing programs if they aren't on this list already, which many are, which is great. And lastly, this is just taking that same map and sizing the unit count, sizing by unit count, each of the projects. So as you can see, the size of a project really varies in rural communities, and a lot of that is tied to their locality, how close they are to a major urban area. As you can see, Eastern Oregon and Central Oregon have generally smaller projects, and a lot of the unit count for rural has been driven by the I-5 corridor, particularly in Southern Oregon. We've seen a lot of larger projects. Most of our larger projects in rural areas have been funded by LIFT and 9% program. But thing that I find exciting, I think, and again, another kudos and credit to our program managers for the success here, is that our LIHTC and LIFT programs are both funding very large projects, and also very small projects in all different parts of the state. So building a program that can actually work for large projects in like kind of ex-urban areas, and also really small projects in very rural parts of the state is not easy to do. And the fact that we've been able to design our programs in a way like that is a credit to program managers' hard work. It's also a credit to partners in those areas who are able to find ways to make those resources work in the very rural parts of the state that are challenging to build projects like this. So really exciting and really proud of the work that we've been doing, and really grateful to our partners. So that's where I'm going to wrap it up. One last note of extreme gratitude to our partners for not just taking this goal and working with it, but really running with it, and really pushing their envelope, and not just meeting kind of our goals of production in those areas, but meeting our goals of production with really challenging programs and tying it to our other agency goals. We're so grateful for their partnership and their continued work in these communities, and we couldn't do any of this without their hard work. So gratitude, I think it's the word that we'll leave off with. Maybe not leave off with, because I do want to note that we still have a ton to do, and by no means is this the end of our work in rural Oregon. We see this as just sort of a starting point, and it's indicative, I think, of the success we can have when we make rural Oregon a priority. And reminder of the statewide housing plan statement was not just about building units, it's about really changing the way we do business and being responsive to the unique needs and unlocking more opportunities. And I think some of the ideas around that include work around equity and racial justice tracking and evaluation, and really working with partners on what has been successful in rural Oregon with supporting communities of color, and trying to support our partners in a more intentional way, and can make those connections with communities that they may not have existing relationships with, and work through that kind of process, which I think ties into capacity building, which I think is going to be really critical for our work moving forward in rural communities, to try to really not just meet this need, but really extend it further and think about the future and kind of building that infrastructure and that groundwork and that foundation in a lot of these rural communities with these development teams who can continue to produce units there and support those communities. MWSB similarly is something we want to prioritize in rural Oregon as we kind of crystallize the compliance and the tracking of MWSB and hold folks accountable. We really want to be intentional about our work with rural Oregon and supportive in our work in rural Oregon to make sure that we are partners in this effort and supporting growth and a growth mindset and working with these minority-owned businesses and really trying to get them to a productive space. That being, so I think also generally just making our resources more accessible, as I mentioned on that first map slide. I think finding where kind of some communities are having challenges accessing resources and sort of working with them on whether those resources make sense in that community and they need capacity building, or if potentially those resources aren't going to work there and we need to direct other resources that are more accessible for that community in a different manner. I think that speaks to continued engagement. We really need to continue to work with our partners and community in those rural parts of the state to identify those unique housing and service needs and work with them to break down any barriers that might be up right now and provide our resources in a more accessible way. So that being said, again, so exciting. We feel really great about the progress made and are grateful to you, the council, for continuing to push us on rural as a priority, rural communities as a priority. And we think there's a lot more to come, but it's worth taking a pause and celebrating when we hit milestones like this. So yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you very much. And I've got to say, I'm really excited about this presentation. Many, many years ago, long before current agency leadership was in place, I kept hearing a lot about how OHCS didn't really understand the unique challenges of creating housing in rural Oregon. But, in the last several years, just the steady focus on this, steady focus on addressing it and making the agency more nimble and responsive, I think has been outstanding. And I know this isn't the end, but it's an important progress point. Council Member Higginbotham, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. This is an awesome presentation. And for those of you who don't know where Hinds, Oregon is, we set up a 22-unit housing project in Hinds, Oregon. That'll be your homework, is to find out where Hinds, Oregon is. Little hint, it's in my area. But that's huge. I mean, that's just, it's so huge. You can't imagine what that project meant to that community. And talk about a beautiful relationship between all of the partners and the people that care in that area. It was awesome. So thank you. We're not finished. Keep it up. But this was awesome. And I would like to get a copy of that presentation if that's possible. I would like to share that with my board as well.
Certainly can do that. Thank you.
Anything?
Oh, you're on mute. Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Anything else from the council at this point? Well, I'll just say, Councilmember Higginbotham, not only do I know where Hinds is located, I actually stayed there for a night, and when I was making a swing through Eastern Oregon and Western Idaho a few years ago. A beautiful town, and glad to know that funds were secured for that project. So I believe we are moving on now to the very last item under Affordable Rental Housing Division. So let's have that set up for us, please.
Sounds great, Chair Hall. So I think this is a little strategic. It wanted to lay the foundation of rural investments to date, and then have and then up next is Home ARP, which is American Rescue Plan, to have our Home and HDF program manager, Andrea Mathiasen, speak to that resource, the potential deployment and resource use for your input. And so I'll hand it off to you, Andrea.
Thanks, Natasha.
It is now 12:11, so I will officially say good afternoon, council members and Chair Hall. My name is Andrea Mathiasen, and I am the Home Program Manager on the Affordable Rental Housing team. I think this might be the third time that we have brought Home ARP to you. And so I will kind of go through the background quickly, but just for folks who have not heard this before, Home ARP is a resource that OHCS received through the American Rescue Plan last year in May. Oregon received approximately 33 million in Home ARP. The dollars are intended to serve chronically homeless populations and those at greatest risk of homelessness. These are one-time resources that need to be expended fully by September of 2030. And so while OHCS will be focusing on balance of state communities, it's important to note, I think, 6 other home PJs in Oregon that are also receiving Home ARP resources. And so people may hear about Home ARP in their communities as well. And those would be Clackamas, Washington, Multnomah, and Marion counties, as well as the cities of Salem, Eugene, and Springfield. And also, just as a point of clarification, so folks aren't confused, OHCS receives an annual allocation of home as well. So we're talking today about our one-time Home ARP allocation, and we get about 10 million annually of our regular annual entitlement home. In terms of eligible beneficiaries for the Home ARP resources, as I said, they are intended to serve chronically homeless households, households at risk of homelessness, as well as households that are unstably housed, living in hotels, living with friends doubled up, or in rental housing where providing these resources would further stabilize them. In addition to that, there are 2 specific populations that do not actually have to be homeless or at risk of homelessness. And those are households that have someone who is fleeing domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and then households where there is a veteran or a veteran household. Eligible uses of the Home ARP dollars: producing or preserving affordable rental housing, and that follows the current home regulations, providing tenant-based rental assistance. And then a new eligibility for home is providing supportive services, and that would include homeless prevention services and housing counseling. And then lastly, Home ARP can be used to purchase or develop non-congregate shelter for those who are experiencing homelessness. So over the past year, OHCS has been reaching out to stakeholders. We have been doing the HUD required needs assessment and taking all of that input into consideration. At this point, OHCS is bringing to you a set of proposed funding priorities for your consideration. As Mitch said previously in his presentation, our work in rural communities is far from over. And as part of that thinking, we are currently proposing to increase rental housing, focusing on rural communities, and emphasizing partnerships to support the eligible homeless populations in that housing through rent assistance and supportive services to be brought to the projects. And then I think, as Mitch also touched on, capacity building for housing development in rural communities is one of the funding priorities for Home ARP resources. In terms of rental housing development, we are proposing specifically that Home ARP is used for capital investments for construction and acquisition rehab. We are currently thinking that these would be smaller projects. We are still in the process of getting feedback from partners that work in rural communities and are hearing that we may need to be flexible on the size in terms of what works best for individual communities. And then we're also considering that given the population that we're intending to serve with the Home ARP dollars, that the likelihood that they can contribute in any significant way to rental revenue, that these projects need to be primarily debt-free, and that we would be covering the full cost of development with the Home ARP dollars. In terms of rural communities, we've been considering at this point a soft set aside for tribal communities, allowing additional time for tribal applicants to establish some of the necessary partnerships and to utilize capacity building support that could be provided with Home ARP. We are also hearing, I think, in terms of additional feedback that we're continuing to collect, that those longer timelines might be necessary in a lot of different rural communities, not just in tribal communities. And so considering longer timelines to bring all of the necessary partners together in terms of a successful application, a successful project. OHCS is going to be reaching out more intentionally to the League of Oregon Cities and the Association of Oregon Counties to discuss with them funding partnerships for projects in their communities. And then maybe more than we have historically, as we put a funding solicitation out, really needing to increase engagement to the public housing authorities, the continuum of care organizations, and the community action agencies to really better understand how in different communities their rent assistance and their service dollars are programmed, what their availability would actually be for Home ARP projects. And then partnerships for rent assistance and services. If we are proposing primarily to allocate Home ARP for development and construction costs, we are not requiring that applications at this point be brought in with rent assistance or service resources, but we do know that that's likely necessary for a project to be sustainable. We also know service dollars are best practices to support homeless populations in terms of stability. So we will be prioritizing applications that have identified these partnerships in terms of local housing authorities, bringing rent assistance, and either continuum of care or community action agencies bringing service dollars. We're continuing to have those conversations with these stakeholders about what that would look like in their communities, however. So capacity building is one of the things that Mitch touched on in his presentation. We know that there can be challenges to developing affordable rental housing in rural communities. And we are proposing to include Home ARP capacity building in our allocations, both short-term project-specific support in terms of development consultants, but also long-term capacity building for ongoing development efforts. And then we'd like to build on those technical assistance efforts for staffing and operating support for organizations in rural communities in terms of ways that are eligible with the Home ARP resources. So we will continue to collect feedback from stakeholders in rural communities. HUD requires that we have a final public meeting before we finalize the plan. We're looking to have that by the end of October, and then to bring a final proposal back to Housing Stability Council by December, and then have some sort of funding solicitation out on the street February, perhaps into March. And I think what we're currently considering is really engaging stakeholders into what that funding solicitation needs to look like. We're hearing, as I said earlier, flexibility on the project size. We're hearing input on what services funding might need to look like, some additional thoughts on OHCS service dollars and how those might be brought to the table, longer timelines for projects to close, and also hearing some of the barriers that some of the rural communities are hearing in terms of serving homeless populations and how this NOFA might address those. So no decision or approval is required of Housing Stability Council at this time, but we would really like your feedback on these proposed funding priorities so that we can make sure that we are reflecting that in our conversations moving forward.
Any feedback or dialogue from the council on this presentation? Councilmember Higginbotham, your hand's up. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. We heard this presentation yesterday at our Community Action Agency, our CAPO board meeting, and I just wanted to reiterate some of the thoughts from that group. And I have, I don't know, half a dozen bullet points, so I'll try to make it quick. The first bullet point was that we want to make sure that this project understands and accepts the barriers of the homeless population. That is, I think, a key to it being successful. We would definitely like to keep that program flexible as possible. There was a question about the application. Can it be for development and tenant and rental services? All or a combination of those? What is acceptable? A lot of discussion about long-term support. What is it? It needs dedicated funding to support the rental assistance long-term. I think there was an assumption or maybe a thought that the current funding would support the rental for these projects, the rental assistance, and our group definitely felt like that was not the case, that the funding that is allocated currently is going elsewhere and very needed. So, and then, a question about how rural was defined. Andrea, I don't remember if you gave that definition, but there was some sentiment that rural areas that were closely connected or closely tied to urban areas, really might not be as rural as we would like them to be. And again, just the rental assistance, something ongoing, really is needed to make this project successful. So I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, anything else from the council on this? Well, if not, I believe that brings us to the conclusion of the Affordable Rental Housing Division presentation. Any final thoughts summing up or the like, Director Dobby?
No, just, thank you for all of the input and support. And I believe we'll be coming back in, if not November, December, probably to loop back on the home ARP after doing some more engagement and just keep everything moving along here. Appreciation.
All right, to you and all the team, keep up the great work. Okay, at 12:22, we're going to move on to the presentation of the Housing Stabilization Division. And Director Jill Smith, are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you, Chair
Good
Hall.
afternoon.
Sorry,
The
it took
floor
me a
is
minute
yours.
to get it over there. Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members, I'm Jill Smith. I'm the Director of Housing Stabilization, and I'm thrilled to be here with you, with my team, to talk about a couple exciting kind of updates. Neither of them require a decision, but we're eager to share some progress with you. And the first one is an update on our weatherization, our Department of Energy weatherization plan. And I will turn the time over to Assistant Director Zimmer and his team to talk about this.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Hall, council members, and Director Bell. Thank you, Joe, for that introduction. For the record, I'm Tim Zimmer. I am the Assistant Director of Energy Services. And as Jill mentioned, Steve Diven and I will be here talking with you a little bit about the U.S. Department of Energy. It's a mouthful, but it's the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Weatherization Assistance Program. And this funding is direct result of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And Oregon has been awarded $30.6 million approximately to augment existing state resources as well as federal resources to continue to improve energy efficiency across the state of Oregon. I will say that the team has been working diligently to develop the state plan, engage with partners, and complete and submit the formal application. And today, I really just plan to provide a high-level overview of what the weatherization program is. I understand there are a couple of new council members, so I'm going to take just a little bit of time to describe the program, and then touch on our efforts to build out the new priorities relative to energy burden that we are moving towards implementation for this program. So the weatherization program, what is it? So the delivery network for this program is directed in Oregon statute relative to the DOE program, and the community action agencies will be the delivery network for this particular program. Eligibility, so those households that are eligible, it's based on the 200% or below of the federal poverty level. Priorities for this particular program is people living with disabilities, households with elderly folks, families with children, and then those households that are experiencing high energy burden or high energy use. So what is weatherization? Weatherization is essentially, I guess I would call it a minor construction program, but it's really focused on energy conservation. Energy conservation measures can include installing insulation, whether it's in any in an individual's home. It can be repairing, replacing windows and doors. It can also mean updating, upgrading to high efficiency lighting or high efficiency appliances. There is a substantial focus on home health and safety. That includes heating system, combustion safety, ensuring that there's continuous airflow into the home. So we focus a bit on mechanical ventilation to ensure indoor air quality. Of course, we don't leave a home without making sure that it has functioning smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms. And then we also assess and evaluate mold and moisture as part of this. We also have limited budgets for energy-related repairs. So if there's minor plumbing issues, minor electrical issues, we can address those too as part of this program. We also have a substantial focus on heating equipment. So if there is non-existent, which does happen from time to time, we can install new heating systems. We work to repair or replace heating systems as well. And anytime that we replace, it's generally a high efficient unit. We also work to upgrade, repair, or replace water heaters if that's necessary. And then the final piece of this program is energy and consumer education. So our motto is do no harm. So we want to make sure that the home is left safer than when we got there, and healthier than when the weatherization crews get there. But we want to make sure that we educate the customer, the client, on how the house is now going to act as a system. New mechanical equipment, making sure that they understand how it operates, and then just share information about the benefits of utilizing energy efficient practices and activities. So at the highest level, the weatherization program is an intentional effort to stabilize families in their homes by improving comfort, improving health, and reducing energy costs and energy burden. Those are our three primary areas of focus. And the last thing I wanted to talk about before I transition over to Steve Diven is we continue to focus on equity and racial justice, right? So it's very clear that energy burden impacts different households differently. But what we know with certainty is that people of color, both single adults and families, experience higher levels of energy burden compared to their white counterparts throughout Oregon. So what are we doing? What are we planning as it relates to this particular program and implementation? We're continuing to reserve funding specifically to serve Native American households. We're setting aside 3% of the total program dollars to serve Native American households, and that's urban, that's rural, that's across the entire state. Those funds will be delivered through the Community Action Agency Network, and we will be soliciting proposals for that funding as we continue to plan and move forward. You can see from the memo that we are adding additional priority points relative to those households with high energy burden. Steve will talk a little bit more about that in his part of this presentation, but that's something that we're implementing this year. It's always been an allowable priority, but we now have some of the tools that we need to ensure that we can assess energy burden effectively, and then focus and prioritize based on energy burden. And of course, as part of this, we'll make sure that we provide access and training to providers as we continue to move forward with implementation. One of the things that we've developed and we've shared with council in past presentations is we've developed a statewide GIS map that includes energy burden all the way down to the census tract. And then it also shows energy burden by race. And that is the primary tool that we're going to use, that we're going to train, that we're going to share, and we have shared with the Community Action Agency Network. And this will allow us to target outreach to high energy burden populations. So one last thing that I wanted to highlight is that we are working towards policies and procedures consistent with the federal government. So the Biden-Harris administration, they have put forward the Justice 40 initiative that establishes the goal that 40% of overall benefits of certain federal investments flow to disadvantaged communities. And part of what I described here is how we're trying to align with that, how we're trying to ensure that those households that are the most energy burdened, primarily are communities of color, that they will have access to this program at greater levels than they have historically. So I'll go ahead and at this point, Steve, I'll turn it over to you to just talk about a little bit more about the timeline, where we're at in implementation, and how we plan to see this moving forward.
Thank you, Tim. Chair Hall, Director Bell, council members, good afternoon. Thanks for allowing us time to present to you today on the bill grant. I'll start off with the timeline of the application. As you know, we present annually on the formula funds we normally get, and the normal process is January, December, we usually get the initial guidance. We have to submit our application on July, so we generally have about 6 months to complete the application. Well, in this case, the original guidance came out around April 1st with a full application due date on July 1st. It didn't take very long at all for DOE to realize they had a lot of their end to get in place before we actually submitted our application. So what they did, which was great for us, they set it to where the initial application date was July 1st, and on July 1st we were to put in just a general budget that broke down by categories: admin, program, TNTA, all the various categories, with no justification and a very low bar set for that initial application, which we did submit on July 1st, and they moved the full application to October 1st last week. Well, we did get that application put in, expecting it would be approved relatively quickly, although it wasn't actually approved until September 1st, so a little over a month ago. So where that left us at that point was we had to create our plan, because we're still waiting for guidance from DOE. So needless to say, things got really hectic really fast starting July. So we did get that initial application in. It was approved September 1st. We got the initial 15% of the funds allocated to us. And then once the full application is approved and awarded will receive an additional 35% of that allocation. So a total of 50%. The last 50% will be awarded based on benchmarks DOE has set forth. I think we have to have 33% of our projected completions done to get the additional 50%. But right now, the application has been submitted and is awaiting negotiation / approval from DOE. There's going to be some back and forth before it's approved, I assume. Public engagement, we did put together, like I say, time was short. In that month, we had to fit in our public hearing, our review time for the state plan, as well as the Housing Stability Council. Obviously, the Housing Stability Council is generally before we submit the plan, but because of the short timeline, ended up being afterward. So, but we're working through it. We've gotten everything done. We did put together a work group of community action coordinators, some of our more seasoned coordinators, because they could give us the best input on it, as well as a representative from the Community Action Partnership of Oregon. And through that work group, we did get input on the priorities that Tim was talking about, the high energy burden. We're going to clarify the language a little bit, which will help, and gave us some input as far as how this would best be implemented. And they also gave us input that the GIS mapping, they would like some training in that, which of course we will be providing that before we actually move forward with this and make our expectations clear on how to use that. And additionally, the plan was posted for public comment on September 2nd. So I'm quite proud of this because we managed to get a draft plan together and published within 36 hours of actually getting awarded the grant. We were waiting because we were waiting for additional guidance. So two requirements for the bill grant is Davis-Bacon prevailing wage for any multifamily units over 5 units, as well as Buy American provisions. And we really don't know what that's going to mean. So I had to put some placeholders in there that allowed for us to put out some memos once that we actually get that guidance coming out. So through that process, though, we did get the plan posted on September 2nd, and the 21st, we had our public hearing, which we received additional public comment, both written and verbal comments during that time. So now I'll real quickly jump into the proposed state plan changes. I'm not going to go into the housekeeping, the updating contacts and all that stuff, but I'll go into the major things. Section 2.0.3 priorities. This is what Tim was talking about, adding additional priority points for high energy burden so we can expedite services to people of color. So, how it's going to work is 6 to 10%. We can add if their percentage of income for energy is 6 to 10%, we can add 3 points. 13 to 15, we can add 6 points. 16 to 20, we can add 9 points, and over 20, we can add 12 points. So what this will do is just allow people who we've identified with high energy burden to move to the top of the list very quickly. Additionally, we added a section 2.06.5, or I'm sorry, 2.01.4, equity and racial justice. This is where we put in the allowance to give the agencies access to our GIS mapping tool, once again, to identify outreach communities of color for high energy burden, identifying them to serve them more expeditiously than we have in the past. And we've also added a section 2.04.5, priority list allowance. And I need to clarify this doesn't have anything to do with the priorities we use for the wait list. The wait list is mandated by statute that we have these priority points to bring people to the top. But a priority list is a way to determine cost effectiveness. The program, how it works now, is we have to use a computerized audit tool. RIM Design on every job has to have this done. We measure the job, we put in the specifics for the job, we put in what we want to do to the job and the cost, and it gives us what we call a savings to investment ratio. It lets us know whether it's cost effective or not. Currently, that's the only way to address a job within the DOE program. Well, DOE, and I got to give them credit for this, they took it upon themselves to do it at the federal level. Priority lists have always been allowed under the program, but it came to the state to actually literally take your REM design tool and run literally hundreds of runs on various properties to show certain measures are cost effective, submit that to DOE, and then annually you'd have to go through that process again. So it's very labor intensive to maintain a priority list. But what DOE did was they did at the national level, they did this. I mean, they have many states that use this. They use that information to come up with a national priority list. So what that allows us to do when we have housing of a certain type and falls within certain parameters, every measure that's under that is cost effective. So it eliminates any of the audit part of it and the audit tool part of it, as well as gives us more flexibility with the program. I think it's going to allow us to do more measures. And the big number one thing here is it allows us to more easily leverage other weatherization funds with DOE. So that number that we provided that is based for production for the life of this grant is based on the $8,000 ACP average cost per unit for DOE. Well, with this, we're going to be leveraging more funds easily. So that number will be much greater. So we'll be able to leverage that fund, I'm thinking probably at least twice, to get more jobs done. So that's a huge benefit of having a priority list. Used to be DOE was our most restrictive fund. This actually makes DOE one of our more flexible funds because of that. So this is really a good move on DOE's part. So I really give them a shout out for that. And finally, 2.19.2 Davis-Bacon Act, Buy American compliance. That basically is just language saying we're going to send a memo out once we finally get the information from DOE as regards to how that's going to be implemented. Because we didn't know that, and that was really what was holding up the whole process. But it will come sometime, I'm sure, before the application is approved. And finally, I'd like to kind of give you an update on the current status. We have been awarded the initial 15%. As I said, September 1st, we received our approval for our initial application, but we're working to finalize grant agreements with the agencies, and once complete, we'll award that first 15% to be used for ramp up and planning for when we get the additional 35%. The plan that we shared with you is still in draft form, and it will be in draft form until the application is approved. And generally what's going to take is they're going to approve that and come back with us and negotiate with us on certain things. And we'll make changes as we need to bring it within compliance for them to approve it. I don't expect there's going to be a lot of changes. I think everything we put in there is reasonable, but we're not going to know until we have those conversations. And at this point, we do not have a sense of how long that will take. If I go by the initial application, 2 months, that would put us December 1st, but we really have no idea at this point. So we're just kind of wait and see at this point. So with that, I think we're ready to take any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the council? Councilmember DeFontorum.
Hi, thank you, Chair Hall. Hopefully I don't get kicked out of the meeting from my bad internet while I'm speaking, so I'll try and be quick. I'm curious why the 9 tribes in Oregon wouldn't receive direct funding for energy assistance. We currently have those kinds of programs.
Well, as far as direct funding for Native American, is that correct?
Tribes.
Well, the Department of Energy only has direct funding for their program, I believe, with the Navajo Nation as well as the Pueblo Nation. I know of no other direct connections with the tribes from them. Beyond that, I don't have an answer for that.
Thank you.
Any other council members with questions, comments, dialogue, feedback?
Chair Hall, may I jump in really quick to
Of course.
Councilmember DeFontorum's question, just to be a little bit more blunt on it. It's an issue. I think just to be really clear, it is an issue whenever we receive federal allocations as a state agency, and when those directives, those requirements of us as a grantee are not fully aligned with our values in terms of how we would administer and some of the ways that we're pursuing that now through some of our older homeless services funding. I think quite frankly, it does create a variance in how we would administer a particular set of funding. I think from this, what it does create an opportunity for us, Councilmember DeFontorum, as part of our collective work that we have all been pursuing to make sure that we both honor the sovereignty of tribes, not just only in words, but through formative action and resources. This is a place where I think we need to have some pretty straightforward dialogue with our federal partners, because to your point, and I think it's a really important one, the tribes are running these programs. They know what they need, and they're not it does not necessarily need a different way or a different mechanism when that work is already happening. And so I would just elevate that it is a reality and it is not an ideal reality.
Okay. Appreciate that. Anything else from any council member at this point? Okay, I guess we'd be ready to move on to the House Bill 2100 interim report.
Thank you very much, Chair Hall. Again, I'm Director Smith. I am the Director of Housing Stabilization with OHCS, and I'm super excited today because we have a couple of guests with us. Myself and Chief Programs Officer Mike Savara are here. That's a mouthful. And we're here with Mary Frances Kenyon, who is facilitating our task force on, it is officially the House Bill 2100 Task Force on Homelessness and Racial Disparities. I want to say the whole thing because that has a lot of meaning behind it. And we also have Jennifer Parrish Taylor here, the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy with the Urban League of Portland, who is our chairperson for the task force. And because we have limited time, I'm going to turn this right over to Mary Frances to start us off.
Thank you so much, Director Smith, and thank you to the council for having us this afternoon. As Director Smith said, my name is Mary Frances Kenyon, and I have been facilitating the task force on homelessness and racial disparities. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hang on just a second. There we go. Just so we have an opportunity to talk through some high-level items that you have already received via the memo submitted. But I want to give you some background on the task force. Originally, it was created and charged by House Bill 2100 back in 2021 for this body of 19 appointed members to really identify methods to decrease racial disparity in homelessness, also investigate some potential changes to the state's funding structure to address those disparities, while considering additional methods to receive advice and information about needed services across the state, both through the Oregon Housing and Community Services Department, but also the Housing Stability Council. And last but not least, identifying methods to modify existing contracting processes, as well as eligibility for providers of services, those organizations and partners that serve individuals experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. So we had a sort of a whirlwind process that occurred between November of 2021 and January of 2022, where the task force actually met 6 times during that condensed timeline. And that was a big challenge that was caused by multiple factors, which included just an initial timeline and some of the requirements prescribed in HB 2100. There were also a few delays in appointments of task force members. And then, of course, the late fall, early winter is the pinnacle of different cultural and holiday celebrations. So this magnificent group really crafted some recommendations, a little bit over 30 recommendations that represented a preliminary work. And it didn't necessarily, it didn't thoroughly reflect or address all areas of potential concern. So what you have on the screen there is the process, or excuse me, the problem statement that the task force crafted and voted on. And what I like to say about this problem statement is that, you know, it is more of an opportunity statement than it is a problem statement. And just states that Oregon has a unique and complex opportunity to reimagine its current homeless services funding system and structure in pursuit of racial equity and justice, demanding both immediate action and long-term commitment to achieve alignment, structural change across philosophical differences, and historical positionality within existing structures, and adequate resources to effectuate the transformational change required to reduce racial disparities by people experiencing homelessness. Out of those initial set of findings and recommendations that each of you all should have received back in January of this year, House Bill 4051 came along, and it was adopted during the 2022 regular session. And it gave the task force an opportunity to continue its work and really hone in on some implementation pathways that are aligned with the previous recommendations made. This time, the work has evolved just a little bit. Our focus from now through March of next year is really looking at those implementation pathways for changes to the state's funding structure, modifications for contracting processes, and then some solutions regarding the eligibility of funding of services. What we have done since that report was submitted back in January is really had some summer sessions to talk through information related to the different organizations and perspectives represented across the task force. We were able to develop a baseline understanding of Oregon's history of inequities and also talk through some potential implementation pathways that are aligned with those recommendations. We also had a task force retreat. It ended up being a hybrid retreat, but we did have some in-person participants that met in Salem, where we were able to get some administrative items squared away, like refining and approving operating bylaws and procedures, going back to the robust set of data sets that were researched and analyzed during the initial task force work. There's also been a subcommittee structure that is established now in order for the task force members to meet regularly outside of the formal monthly meetings. And we received, or the task force received, a briefing on the state's efforts to establish the Oregon Interagency Council on Homelessness. Before I turn it over to the task force chair, Parrish Taylor, just some brief next steps that I actually just covered. So I'm going to actually stop sharing and kick it over to the task force chair, Parrish Taylor, so that she can speak about her experience, both as a task force member as well as our chairperson.
Thanks, Mary Frances. So yeah, it has been a whirlwind process since last year. And now that we have a little bit more breathing space, we've done some level setting in terms of education and like terms that we're using to describe the work. I think we still have some work to do there. And I think that work will always continue to ensure that, you know, if I am describing an apple, you understand it to be an apple and not something else. I do believe that there are some tensions, and tensions might be a strong word. I think there are some learning points and some tensions that we need to work through as a group. And I think we will continue to work through as a group. And I think that it's just indicative of, you know, we've been tasked with changing a power structure. And a power structure is always going to refuse change, especially those who are in power. And so how do we have a dialogue that's honest and transparent about that while centering the community that we are all saying we value and want to center. And I think having that as our touchstone as we do the work and as a reminder really helps us in those moments when there are difficult conversations to be had. And I think for me, at least as a member and as the chair, it helps to clarify the work and really motivate folks, I don't want to say push, motivate folks to really do some self-reflection. Because I think what happens often is that there's a lot of self-personalization as it relates to the work and the structure that folks work in. So if you're making critiques or proposing new ideas to how things could be different, I think that sometimes gets taken personally. And we have to be able to delineate out ourselves as individuals and the work that we're doing. I think we're all passionate and we care about the work, and we want to make changes. But I think sometimes that can be hard for folks to see the difference. And so I think that's part of our charge, is to really work through that and come up with solutions and recommendations, and an update on what we're trying to change. Because I think we really do have an opportunity to set the state up for success, and how it, does its outreach, especially to folks of color, to ensure that, me walking off the street to get services is the same experience as my white counterpart. And that's fundamentally what we're trying to get to. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish Taylor. We would love to be respectful of the time constraints in this meeting, and also want to offer an opportunity for any questions.
Well, I'll start out not with a question, but just with a statement that I really appreciate the hard work that went into this interim report, and we'll certainly be looking forward to the final report. These are often difficult but truly necessary conversations. So thank you for the important lift. Councilmember Higginbotham, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you for this important work moving forward. I think it's needed and refreshing to know that we are addressing some of these issues. And I also think it's important to know that several recommendations from the January 22nd report to the legislature did not have the majority members of the task force present as required by law. And I only say that to just encourage us and to address that moving forward, because I think this is really important. And I would love to see that group work as a group and get the feedback from everybody on that group. So I think we can, hopefully do a better job of pulling people together in this really important piece of work. So thank you.
Chair Taylor.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond, because I feel like that's a narrative that's been out there, and I don't feel that that's entirely accurate. So we have had a conversation about the statute and what the statute says, and I think folks interpret it to their benefit or not. And so going through the process of developing bylaws, I think we've made it very clear moving forward what the mechanism of decision making is going to look like. And so I would just ask that we not move a narrative forward that is incorrect.
Thank you. Any other dialogue from the council on this?
Chair Hall, I might just jump in. I just appreciate this. I know this is mammoth size work that we're tackling on so many different fronts. So first of all, just much appreciation to all of our task force members who are spending their days and times both to prep for those events, to prep for those conversations that I know go into the evening. And there's a lot there. There's a lot behind the scenes that I know people don't see. And there's a lot of laboring of love and sweat equity that is put into that in more ways than one. And so I want to just acknowledge that and appreciate our facilitator and certainly our chair for helping to chart this path for us, and I think push us as a state agency, push us beyond the limitations of what we believe is possible in so many ways, and to all of just the partners. And I would just offer that none of this is going to be easy, like just in no fronts, none of it's going to be easy, and I think we all know that. I think what gives me, and I would just offer my 2 cents, and it may be worth just that, is, this gives me a lot of hope and optimism. The work, I think we have some solid areas of shared values and commonality that we can build on. And from my perspective, I would just say, I think the good thing about that is that we don't have to agree on every life facet to do good work and to make good policy work and to have investments in our urban, suburban, rural, small town communities
to do that work. And I think knowing what we know is that it's going to be a collective effort. It's going to require all of us. And so I'm sure we'll all be getting real comfortable and cozy over these next weeks and months as we pursue this work forward. And I would just say, I could not think of a better time, particularly coming out of the last couple of years, to push forward the work that's ahead. And I said it earlier, but again, I think it's just it bears repeating is, you know, if we are not clear and willing to face and to challenge the patterns that have created the issues that are plaguing so many of our communities, all of our communities, we are at risk for repeating some of those things. And so I just appreciate every single person that is ready, that has been up for the challenge, that is showing up, because it's not easy. And there's a lot of effort that is put into it that I know is sometimes feels thankless. And, you know, you don't always see the quick wins with this work either. You don't see the quick wins. You don't necessarily see the progress right away, but we certainly see the effort. And I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that.
Okay, then. We'll say thank you. And I believe we're not finding page 2 of the agenda in my materials right away. My apologies. Are we at the end of our agenda, or do we have anything else? Okay. Yes, thank you very much. The Homeownership Division, Director Perfecto, and some Oregon bond loan approvals. Are you ready? Well, not hearing from Director Perfecto. Cheryl Lyons, are you ready to move forward with your presentation?
I am.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. For the record, my name is Cheryl Lyons. I'm the loan specialist with the bond program in the home ownership section. I have one loan for the council approval today. And the loan amount for the loan to be approved is $444,000. The purchase price is $427,000. And you will see the kind of the off kilter on this one, where the loan amount is a little higher than the purchase price. That is because this loan is a United States Department of Agriculture loan, or a USDA federally insured loan, meaning the home is within the USDA boundaries, offering special financing with the possibility of 0% down payment, and the borrower can roll in the closing cost. Therefore, the loan amount will be higher than the purchase price. And in the case of our borrower today, they did take advantage of that. And the borrower is an unmarried, non-Hispanic, white male with 4 minor children. And the loan to value on this loan is 93%. And I would like to request approval for purchase of this loan.
Questions from any council members on this item? If not, I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Thanks very much. Can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Councilmember DeFontorum.
Yes.
Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Chair Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Councilmember Mena.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Wonderful. All right, I believe that does now bring us to the end of our business agenda. Is there anything else anybody would like to bring forward for the good of the order? Last call. I'll just say thank you to everyone. Thank you to the members of the public who took the time to offer public comment on a variety of topics. Thank you to Director Bell and her team, and just continuing the amazing momentum that continues to build at OHCS. And of course, thank you to my fellow council members for your level of really great engagement and contributions to discussing and acting on the varied and exciting business that comes before us. So we'll see you at the beginning of November. Have a good October. Thanks all. Bye.